Chapter 465. Using the teleportation jade letter to fly back to Tsang Xingdao Palace from Gantian Mountain City. The four of them still felt dizzy, but maybe because they were used to it, they were barely able to stand still and didn't vomit. When Zhong Shou came down to the first floor of the book hiding hall B, he saw Shi Rulin open her bright eyes and reading a book. She was originally focused, but when Zhong Shou appeared, she started to get distracted. She peeked over, her eyes filled with joy. That old man Hanfang was naturally unhappy. He glanced at Zhong Shou and scoffed coldly. Zhong Shou was too lazy to bother about him, smiling as he walked to the side of Shi Rulin. Then, he took out an item from his heaven and earth bag. "Rulin, look at what this is." It was a tightly stitched and rusted rabbit doll that looked remarkably lifelike. Shi Rulin's eyes lit up, instantly throwing away the book in her hand and hugging it. She really loved this furry thing. Hugging it and rolling around on the bed, it would be really comfortable. Zhong Shou smiled, lightly caressing Shi Rulin's hair. He thought to himself that this brat was still 7 to 8 years old 2 years ago. In just a year, she grew so tall, almost reaching his chest. This Hanfang's disciple teaching ability was really amazing. Her spiritual cultivation and martial path cultivation both entered grade 4, her improvement was shocking. What was hard to come by was that her foundations were really solid, much stronger than before. Seeing Rulin's face filled with happiness and enjoyment, Hanfang's face turned warm, his eyes filled with kindness. Then, he glanced at Zhong Shou. "You still aren't planning to change your mind? Look at you, both of your protectors are so much stronger than you. They have both stepped into grade 7, improving by leaps and bounds. Even your maidservant Chu Shui has caught up to you. Although it is a little late to rebuild your foundations, you still have time. If you really break through to the day-wandering realm, then you'll need to spend even more effort." Zhong Shou smiled but did not reply. Hanfang knew the answer just by looking at his expression. He sighed softly. "Forget it. It's up to you. It's also my fault for spouting nonsense about the path of Dharma idol and giving you this slim hope. However, you have to remember that when you feel that you can't take that path, you can't force it. Come look for me as soon as possible. No matter what, the sect will help you." Zhong Shou bowed gratefully and was about to leave. Hanfang frowned once more. "Oh right, there's also that sword Prince Zhu. This time, you probably won't be able to participate even if you don't want to." 3 days ago, he had already sent someone to deliver a letter of challenge. He said that no matter what cultivation level Tan Qiu had, he would definitely fight with Tan Qiu, even if he had to limit his own internal energy. It was estimated that they would come in 10 days. At that time, who knows if I'll be in the limelight or embarrassing myself. Zhong Shou was stunned, then he smiled helplessly. He originally thought that this matter had nothing to do with him. Who knew that in the end, he would still be dragged into it. He was looking forward to having a battle with this God Emperor era sword path expert. However, if he restricted his own cultivation to Jueyu, it would be able to train his sword path, but to him, it wouldn't be of any benefit. But 10 days? That seemed to be enough. Shaking his head, Zhong Shou had an idea, "Senior brother, I am a second-generation direct disciple. Logically speaking, I should have the right to recommend someone to fight with Jueyu. Is that possible?" Hanfang was totally confused when he heard that. He didn't know what Zhong Shou meant when he said those words. However, second-generation direct disciples did have the right to participate in Tsang Xingdao's decision-making. Actually, if it wasn't for Zhong Shou not having such intentions, then the next choice for the common people palace head would be him. He looked behind Zhong Shou at Zhong Yuan and Ruoshui, thinking to himself that if it was these two, no matter which one of them fought with Jueyu, they wouldn't lose face for Tsang Xingdao. He nodded his head slightly. "Okay." However, junior brother, remember that this matter concerns the reputation and luck of Tsang Xingdao. You need to be really careful. Only then did Zhong Shou smile and stroll out of the door. After he walked out of the book hiding hall B, he headed straight for the first courtyard A. At this moment, everyone within the Common People Palace recognized him, and he could be considered a famous person. However, along the way, those 3 sects and 6 factions disciples were still respectful. Every time he passed, they would all stop and bow. However, their gazes towards him were a little weird. Some people were worried, some people were impulsive, some people were suspicious, and some people were gloating. Zhong Shou acted like he didn't see them and didn't care at all. Since half a year ago, his spiritual cultivation was still unable to break through to the day-wandering realm, and he was still at the peak of the return to sun realm. Such weird gazes started to appear, and then more and more. To be able to have the rights to enter the common people vast habitat, the disciples of the various sects were all geniuses, the best of the best. In the past, to be able to occupy the first courtyard A. The person who became the first seat of the Common People Palace was a dragon amongst men, a top talent that was hard to come by in 100 years. To be stuck at the peak of the day-wandering realm for over a year and still not be able to break through, that was pretty much an unimaginable matter. Although his sword path was one with the spirit, the most important thing for a cultivator was their cultivation realm. If one didn't have enough strength, no matter how skilled the sword path was, it was just SOSO. Zhong Shou pretty much didn't need to guess and knew that behind his back, there would be many discussions. A direct disciple that Song Xingdao made an exception to take in as a third-generation disciple only had such little talent, such little strength? However, today, the expressions of these Song Xingdao disciples were a little weirder. If what he guessed was right, it was because of the challenge letter that Sword Prince Jueyu sent over. Zhong Shou didn't bother about it from start to finish. He acted like nothing happened as he walked back to his courtyard under the gazes of these people. The moment he entered, he saw Zhao Yanran waiting inside in boredom. Looking at Zhong Shou, she instantly said in annoyance, "At such a time, you can really sit still. You actually have the mood to go to Gantian Mountain to play. Do you know that the Song Xingdao Palace has flipped the sky?" Zhong Shou smiled. This little girl had been dragged down by him recently. As the two of them were in reverse, they were suppressed at the peak of return to sun and Xuanwu ancestor, unable to break through. Recently, her position as the first seat of Seven Spirit sect was also in danger. Her 2 junior sisters' auras were said to be unstable, drawing in heaven and earth spiritual energy, which was a sign of breaking through. Directly walking past the girl, Zhong Shou was too lazy to bother. If you can't take it and are worried that people will talk about you, it's okay if you can remove the cauldron. Anyways, I don't care. Only an idiot would remove the cauldron with you. As for what those ignorant people say, when did Zhao Yanran care? Zhao Yanran scoffed coldly. Other people didn't know why Zhong Shou hadn't broken through, but as someone who participated in the reverse cauldron, she was really clear about the reason why Zhong Shou's cultivation was stagnant. She thought to herself that this fellow was pretty much sick in the head. No matter how talented a spirit master was, being able to form 14 true spiritual talismans was already the limit. However, this Zhong Shou, in a year and a half, formed 9 more talismans. The reverse nurturing of the Tao seed also gave her numerous benefit. Maybe she would break through slowly, but once she did, she would soar into the heavens. I am talking about the Sword Prince Jueyu matter. I don't want my own cauldron to lose face. I also don't want Song Xingdao to lose face. How confident are you in this battle? Following Zhong Shou as they walked in, Zhao Yanran asked distractedly. She was conflicted in her heart. She didn't want Zhong Shou to be too eager to break through. She also didn't want Zhong Shou to lose to Jueyu in the end. Actually, it didn't matter if he lost, as long as it wasn't too bad. Such an expert, even if he could take one or half a move, it would be embarrassing. Thinking back to a year and a half ago, When all the young generation experts of Tailing sect went out, no one was able to block 10 swords of Juyu. The entire sect was suppressed until they were totally silent. Zhao Yinran was filled with hatred in her heart. However, he also knew that it wasn't realistic to expect Zhong Shou to help 7 Spirit sect regain faith. However, he didn't notice that after Zhong Shou stepped into his room, he casually closed the door. Zhao Yinran was caught off guard and hit the door. Her nose hurt a little. Fortunately, a martial artist's body was tyrannical. After a while, everything was fine. Taking a few steps back, he saw the words "Closed Door Cultivation, Do Not Disturb" written on the wooden door. Rubbing her slightly red nose, Zhao Yinran couldn't help but be secretly angry. This Zhong Shou always treated Xian Yunlan, as well as Xian Yi and the others, who he had some friendly relations with recently, with some courtesy. But to her, he relied on that nuisance of a second-generation direct disciple. With the identity of great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great- Zhong Yuan raised his head and looked at the sky. Ruoshui tilted her head, her hand covering her mouth, her body trembling like she was laughing. It was Chu Shui who was honest and said helplessly, "Young master said that this time he came back to prepare to break through to the return to Sun Realm." Zhao Yinran's eyes instantly lit up like stars. Within the quiet room, Zhong Shou was in meditation. His hands forming a seal, a blood-red seal word suddenly appeared on his brow. Following which it started to twist, a strong power smashing into it and shattering it. Following which, boundless soul power spread out in all directions and filled the quiet room. Luckily, there was a spiritual formation that blocked it and it didn't seep out. It also didn't trigger the reaction of the heaven and earth spiritual energy. Since a year ago when he formed the 12th true spiritual talisman, it was like that. Under the heavenly mirror soul illuminating techniques daily burning, all of his soul remembrance had already turned into yang attribute pure and flawless. The 12 true spiritual talismans also allowed him to break through at any moment. He even had no choice but to use this sealing technique to suppress it, causing him to stop at the return to Sun Realm. Such a secret technique naturally couldn't be hidden from people like Han Feng. However, in the eyes of his senior brother Han, he probably thought that he was suppressing it on purpose because his Dharma path wasn't suitable. However, in the eyes of others, he had gone through a year and his cultivation didn't improve at all. Zhong Shou himself was delighted. A year and a half to form another 9 true spiritual talismans, it caused his current soul power to be no weaker than those wandering realm spirit masters. The 12 god talisman seeds he got from Lingyun's sect have all merged. Chapter 466. Looking into his soul ocean, one could see that the interior of his soul ocean was totally different from a year ago. That soul ocean whirlpool was still there, but above it, there was a whirlpool in the opposite direction. One above and one below, one swallowing and one spitting, each occupying half of the soul. However, the spiritual energy that Zhong Shou swallowed didn't decrease by much, instead, it became purer. It even formed a cycle, causing Zhong Shou to be in an environment filled with spiritual energy at all times, continuously swallowing and spitting, releasing the impurities. Oftentimes, the spirit of heaven and earth would become incomparably pure after several rounds of purification. In the center, it still had the true spiritual talisman as the core. A full 18 spiritual talismans wrapped around the center of the whirlpool. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, sun, luck, stack, swallow, purify, illusion, yin, yang, heaven, earth, Ian. A total of 18 true spiritual talismans were stored within his soul. During this year and a half, pretty much every 1 or 2 months, Zhong Shou was able to form a true spiritual talisman. However, the last word was the most difficult. Zhong Shou originally wanted to form a nether word. In the last life, he learned the Styx River Death Sword. He understood the nether word laws the best. However, what was weird was that he had grasped half of the mysteries of this talisman, but he failed time and time again. It was like the last true spiritual talisman spot was already occupied. Following which Zhong Shou changed several true spiritual talismans, but they were all useless. Finally, half a month ago, he had a flash of inspiration and tried to condense the Ian character. Then, for some reason, this true spiritual talisman was easily completed. The process was so simple that it exceeded his expectations. With a thought, a Ian word true spiritual talisman suddenly appeared in his soul. As for the specific structure of this true spiritual talisman, as well as the mysteries of this talisman, Zhong Shou still didn't know anything about it. After half a month, this Ian word true spiritual talisman had become the core of all true spiritual talismans. It was totally out of control, spreading out dense runes and connecting with the other true spiritual talismans. It directed the movement of these 17 true spiritual talismans. Opposite him were the heaven and earth talismans. That was because the word universe, in addition to representing heaven and earth, was also compatible with the word universe, and contained the meaning of space. Above and below were the yin and yang talismans, which were the core of the Ian word. Outside the 5 true talismans were the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth talismans. As for the thunder, sun talismans, they were located further away. They were all extensions of the yin-yang universe and the 5 elements. Only with the existence of heaven and earth would there be thunder, sound, superposition, devouring, and other laws of heaven and earth. The entire soul was already in order. The 9-story pagoda seemed to have drawn most of its power from the soul sea whirlpool to repair the damage to his god soul. Since ancient times until now, this Zhou talisman really came out of nowhere. Could it be that the blue ball of light within the core of my soul is really that book of Ian Extreme Life? I stole it in my previous life and brought it into Zhong Shou's soul? However, when we fought for the book of Ian Extreme Life, it was clearly within the illusory realm. Could it be that this book could be digitized? How weird, or did my soul cross 10,000 years, which was why it had the characteristics of ancient times until now? Unable to understand, Zhong Shou sighed. However, thanks to this, the final preparations to enter the day-wandering realm had been completed. Within his soul ocean, there was already a feeling of fullness. There was no more space to form other true talismans. Even at this moment, he felt that Zhong Shou didn't restrict any of his soul power. He allowed it to connect with heaven and earth without any preparation. Roughly 15 minutes later, he would be able to step into the day-wandering realm. However, he still formed hand seals and went all out to control it. Many blood patterns appeared on his skin and then formed many mysterious runes. Finally, they gathered at the center of Zhong Shou's brows and formed a seal word. All the essence of the lightning phoenix was mostly absorbed by Zhong Shou. His true qi cultivation was close to the peak of the Xuanwu realm. The 9 meridians in his body all merged with 2 spiritual veins. His true qi was vast and thick, close to ascended ancestors, grade 7 expert. His physical body had the Godlight purple gold lotus and jade marrow as foundations, along with the strengthening of the dragon essence in his body. His external cultivation was close to that of cross-training. At this moment, his bones were pretty much like iron. His hands could take a grade 6 spiritual weapon head-on and not be injured. That day in the evil spirit moat, when he slashed 2 grade 8 flood dragons, Zhong Shou's body wasn't injured at all. The remaining lightning phoenix essence on the outer layer of his skin was of little use. Zhong Shou decided to use it to seal his soul power. When the word seal appeared, all the red lines disappeared. The vast amount of soul energy that filled the room instantly disappeared without a trace. Zhong Shou opened his eyes and looked out of the window, only to see that in the back courtyard, a white body was dancing with a sword. Her figure was graceful, and her sword light was sometimes gorgeous and light. Sometimes it was as heavy as a mountain, sometimes it was incomparably fierce, sometimes it was as soft as water, and sometimes it was as aggressive as fire. It was Chu Shui. At this moment, there were tens of talismans pasted on her body. Looking closely, 8 of them were heavy earth talismans that increased her body weight. The other 4 had a seal word on them. It sealed most of the true qi and internal energy in Chu Shui's body. She followed the sword path, one move after another, practicing it one by one. She followed Zhong Shou's teachings and didn't change at all. However, she naturally gave off a spiritual energy that other people didn't have. Around her, there were 5 spiritual beasts who were watching from the side. A stone qilin, a red fire golden phoenix, a black qilin beast, a xuanwu turtle, and a chill gold tiger. Apart from the chill gold tiger, which was an adult, the other 4 were all babies. On their foreheads, there was a mysterious and exquisite talisman that gave off a special soul power fluctuation and connected with one another. With the stone qilin as the main one, if one looked closely, one would notice that the talisman on their foreheads was a complete spiritual formation. After it was split up, it could still be closely connected. It caused these 5 spiritual beasts to be in between natural protector beasts and normal protector beasts. He remembered that a year ago when the 5 spirit formation was formed, Chu Shui couldn't suppress it at all. During this 1.5 years, she used the 5 spirit formation to comprehend its ability. In just a few short months, he had formed 12 true spiritual talisman seals. It was so easy that it made others envious. Although she used external strength, she was like him, stepping into the peak of the return to Sun realm. She was finally able to command the 5 spiritual beasts like her own arms. At this moment, she was practicing the 5 spirit sword that Zhong Shou taught her. Her forehead was covered in sweat. The 8 heavy earth talismans on her body were bearing 3 million kilograms of weight. She was unable to use true qi and internal energy, so she could only use her physical body to hold on. Chu Shui's actions weren't out of shape at all. It was obvious that she had totally adapted to it and was really familiar with this set of 5 spirit sword. The 5 spiritual beasts beside her were either lying down or standing up, looking on with no energy at all. Only when Chu Shui's sword moves reached the parts that were related to them did a bright glow appear in her eyes, their auras merging together. Zhong Shou smiled in satisfaction when he saw that. As long as she wasn't practicing spells, Chu Shui wouldn't be lazy. Although this set of 5 spirit sword technique was the most basic part. If it was a normal person who didn't have enough talent, it would be tough for them to even practice a single move. At this moment, Chu Shui was able to merge with the sword. She had grasped the 5 types of true spirit sword intent. Slowly, the sword move changed. It became totally random. However, the soul power in Chu Shui's body was drawn out and wrapped around the sword. Using the sword path to forcefully merge true qi and soul power together. However, it was totally useless as both sides clashed intensely. Chu Shui's face was slightly ashen white. This was because she suffered from some backlash. Why is Chu Shui still practicing this set of sword moves? Zhong Shou's eyes were filled with helplessness. This was a set of sword moves that he created when he entered the common people's path vast habitat a year ago. He wanted to let Chu Shui grasp the path of spirit and martial arts merging. In the end, 2 years later, he had totally given up. Chu Shui still persisted and continued to practice even if she couldn't see any hope. Even if Zhong Shou specially instructed her and Chu Shui agreed, she would still secretly practice this set of sword move. She continued to try to merge true qi and soul power. The path of spirit and martial arts merging is before the celestial realm. One can only rely on luck and need to act according to the situation. If one purposely walks further and further, thinking about it, this Chu Shui's stubbornness and temper was even stronger than his. He saw the hope of the black and white whole Dharma, which was why he didn't listen to Hanfang's advice and insisted on walking the path of the Dharma. However, because of one sentence from him, Chu Shui continued down this path without hesitation. She didn't care that what Zhong Shou pointed to was a wrong path. Thinking about it for a moment, Zhong Shou shook his head. He thought to himself, forget it, anyways it wasn't a problem. If Chu Shui continued like this, at most she would be before the celestial realm and wouldn't be able to merge spirit and martial arts. Even he himself didn't have much hope. Naturally, it was impossible for Chu Shui. Speaking of which, he didn't lose anything. Reaching out with his hand, 2 longan-sized pearls flew out from Zhong Shou's heaven and earth bag and hung in front of Zhong Shou's body. They were the blazing glaze and the extreme dark frost pearls. At the start, these 2 pearls were the size of a fist. However, at this moment, they were only the size of a longan. The scarlet blazing glass bead also turned blazing white. As for the extreme dark chill pearl, it was dark and deep. When the 2 pearls appeared, the entire quiet room was divided into 2 halves. One half was so bright that it was eye-piercing, the other half was so dim that the light was distorted. One half was like a flame, the other half was like he was in the North Pole ice plains. It continuously tugged at Zhong Shou's soul ocean, causing the spiritual energy to become restless. Zhong Shou was expressionless. 2 drops of essence blood flicked out from his finger and dripped onto the 2 pearls. Then, he formed hand seals and shot talismans into the pearls. Since he got these 2 pearls, Zhong Shou had never stopped modifying and refining the blazing glass pearl and extreme dark chill energy pearl. To be continued. Chapter 467. Taoist and Buddhist cultivation methods were roughly the same before the day-wandering realm. However, the details were totally different. He didn't have the foundations of a Buddhist disciple, so when he was at the 8th grade, it was exceptionally tough to form the Dharma, which was why he could only use tricks to borrow the strength of external items. Using these 2 pearls with completely different attributes as a foundation, it was constructed on behalf of the others. After 560 days and nights, the nurturing of the blazing glass and extreme dark chill energy pearls had reached the final stage. Along with many seals being smacked into the 2 pearls, the entire 400 feet small room was being split up more and more obviously. It was best if they weren't floating in midair but circling around one another. It stirred up the heaven and earth spiritual energy in this space, making it really unstable. Often the dark half would sweep across and cause the walls to freeze. However, when the light half arrived, it would cause the ice layer to swiftly melt. In the end, it caused the stone wall to pretty much turn into lava. Zhong Shou would drop 2 drops of essence blood into the 2 pearls every period of time. Their mental connection was also getting closer and closer. Every time his vital energy and soul power were slowly running out, a high-grade mind stone or pill would appear in Zhong Shou's hand. He didn't need to swallow it, just grabbing it and he could absorb all the spiritual energy and medicinal effects into his body. Who knows how much he consumed, causing his body to be covered in dust. He didn't care about the changes of day and night outside and the flow of time. He focused and shot the talismans that were formed in the air into the pearl one by one. The 5 elements were split into yin and yang, each of their elements were different. For example, water was split into gui water and ren water. What Zhong Shou needed to do was to split all the laws he grasped into yin and yang and send them all into the 2 pearls. It caused 2 totally opposite spiritual formations to slowly form within. He walked the path of using blood to sacrifice artifacts, close to the evil path. However, after forming them, the 2 pearls would not only turn into the rough embryos of the black and white holes. They would also merge into one with his soul and couldn't be separated anymore. As expected, when the last seal was inserted, the blazing glass pearl and the extreme dark frost pearl started to repel each other. If Zhong Shou hadn't anticipated this and restrained it with his jinqi, it would have flown out of the quiet room almost immediately. However, he wasn't shocked but delighted instead. His face was filled with a smile. These 2 rough embryos were finally formed. Right at this moment, a paper crane suddenly flew in from outside the window. Zhong Shou casually grabbed it in his hand, but there was a strange look in his eyes. There were no talismans on it, but it was naturally sentient and could fly without any hindrance. When he opened it, he saw a few names. One of them was Xian and the other was Xianyi. As for the other 4 names, Zhong Shou had never seen them before. However, he didn't mind. Half a year ago, Luoshu represented his sect to fight and lost 7 rounds against Juyu. It was said that he lost really badly. That was why his name wasn't on the list this time. As for these 4 people that he wasn't familiar with, Song Shengdao's power was huge. Young experts of similar ages were far from just Xie and Anluya. Due to various reasons, they were all from the common people path. However, they also had the right to represent their sect to fight. He remembered Jueyu's habit of challenging the 10 shrines and 19 spiritual houses. He would often fight 3 to 7 people. It was either the sects couldn't take out suitable people, or Jueyu was satisfied, or his injuries were heavy and he backed off. However, it wasn't easy to injure him. Apart from the start. At the end of the 19 spiritual houses, the few grade 9 experts didn't care about their face and attack. After which, the people who could injure Jueyu were already extinct. The 6 names on the list should be the order that Song Shengdao chose to fight. Unexpectedly, his name, Tanqiu, was not on the list. His brows furrowing, Zhong Shou's expression returned back to normal. He knew that the few elders in charge of the sect were afraid that he would embarrass himself, which was why they excluded him. Thinking about it, Zhong Shou broke out into a laugh. He didn't care at all as he wrote the words Chu Shui at the back. Then, he folded the paper, coincidentally in the shape of the paper crane from before. In the next instance, the paper crane seemed to have come to life, flapping its wings and flying out of the window. He didn't care about this matter anymore. He acted like nothing had happened as he looked in front of him. At this moment there were only 2 steps left. One was to build a bridge between the 2 pearls, and the other was to merge it into his soul. At this moment, Zhong Shou didn't know that Hanfang, who had already received the reply from the paper crane, was extremely conflicted. Within the book hiding Hall B, he looked at the last line of words on the list. The handwriting was strong, like dragons and phoenixes dancing. The strength seeped through the back of the paper, making one praise it. Su Chu Shui? Why was it her? Under Zhong Shou, be it Zhong Yuan or Huashui, they were all extremely strong. Their strength was extremely tyrannical, although they were only at the 7th rank. In Hanfang's eyes, they were all people who could go up against grade 8 experts. Especially the former, who he had high hopes for. Using the natural protector beast, grade 8 giant lightning dragon. Being able to fight for 30 moves with Jueyu, it would most probably give the sects a surprise. Who knew that Zhong Shou would write the name of Chu Shui, who in his eyes was the weakest in terms of talent and strength. For some reason, Hanfang thought back to 2 years ago when he made the bet with Zhong Shou. Did this little maidservant have something special about her? However, her spiritual cultivation and martial path were only grade 6. How would she have the ability to take even one move from Juyu? What kind of trick was this fellow trying to pull? Hanfang was slightly distracted. The white paper in his hand was snatched away by the person beside him. Then, a voice roared angrily, "You're just messing around! Does he think this battle is a game? This Juyu challenging the sex looks like it is to train his sword path. However, there are people who want to use him to test the strength of the sex. They have ulterior motives. Even if we can't win this battle, we can't lose the face of Song Xingdao." The one who spoke was Fanguin, scoffing coldly. "What is the meaning of letting this little girl fight? Do you want people to laugh at us and say that we Song Xingdao have no one?" Hanfang was helpless. His eyes opened wide and he was stunned. Xue Shi, who was sitting at the side, said expressionlessly, "Yesterday I went to the ancestral hall to take a look. Today's Senior Master Zong is ranked 16th on the mysterious Golden Life book. He rose by 1 and is above Senior Master Han." Fan Wen was like a deflated ball, his face dejected. The order of the pages on the mysterious Golden Life book not only represented the core disciples of the sect, but also their position within the sect. It also represented their power. Although Zong Shou didn't officially hold power within the sect, since his position was above Hanfang's, then he had to listen to what he had to say. In that case, they had to listen to what he said. Even Hanfang couldn't deny it. He was conflicted in his heart. Why did it have to be at this moment? He also felt weird. Senior Brother Han was about to step into the Saint Realm, so why was he surpassed by Zong Shou? Didn't that fellow's cultivation stop at a standstill due to the flaws in his cultivation method? What had happened recently that caused the ranking on the mysterious Golden Life book to suddenly change? Senior Master shouldn't have agreed to this matter. In my eyes, we need to report this matter to the Revered One. Please make a decision and reject Senior Master Zong's random orders. Recently Wei Su hadn't been seen in a long time. He also didn't know where the Revered One went. The other seniors were also nowhere to be seen. Within Song Xingdao Palace, the ones with the highest positions were Hanfang and Zong Shou. As for the others who roughly knew where they were, be it seniority or ranking, they were much weaker. Could it be that the God-shocking bell in the ancestral hall that was said to be able to be heard in countless worlds because of this matter? On the side of Hanfang, he was still in a daze. He looked fixedly in the direction of First Courtyard A. Recently, for some reason, his heart would jump out of his chest. It wasn't a bad sign, instead. He was happy but also a little uneasy. He vaguely felt that something incredible was about to happen. Most probably, it had something to do with his junior brother. The changes in the mysterious Golden Life book also proved his guess. That fellow had been in secluded meditation for several days. What exactly was he doing? On the road covered in yellow sand, a large black cloud crossing carriage was speeding swiftly. 8 grade 5 Windrider foals pulled it, causing its speed to reach the maximum. It was as quick as lightning galloping between the mountains. Just as they passed through the gorge, a figure appeared at the exit in front of them. The coachman on the cloud crossing carriage immediately raised his eyebrows and suddenly pulled on the reins tightly. Although this person was close to 80 years old, his body was filled with huge strength. Just a simple tug, and it caused the 8 grade 5 spiritual beasts to stop their charge. They all roared out and stood up like humans. This carriage coincidentally stopped 200 feet away from that person. That white-haired coachman looked closely at the person in front of him, following which his face was filled with shock. Tailing sect Jilingzi? Standing in front of the carriage was a teen wearing a green Taoist robe. He had a long sword on his back. His eyes were extremely dark as he looked within the carriage. His burning gaze was pretty much about to pierce through the carriage. "Juyu, why did you leave without fighting?" Within the black cloud crossing carriage, it was totally silent. A moment later, a cold voice spread out. "Not worth it. Ji Lingzi was startled, slightly not understanding. That white-haired old man smiled. What my young master meant is that such a despicable person like you isn't worth him attacking. If Tailing Sect can only take out a disciple like you, then why don't we fight? Then it's okay if we don't fight. Ji Lingzi's face instantly flushed red. The rage in his eyes was like lava that was about to explode. His voice was low. With just you, Jueyu, what rights do you have to evaluate me? On my Tailing Mountain, you only fought 3 battles. Are you afraid of fighting? Within the carriage, it was silent for a moment before a cold laugh spread out. Your sword heart is already damaged. You are just trash. Why do you need to bother? As for the other people of Tailing Sect, I might not know. But I know that your sword skills aren't improving and instead retreating. It's really not worth it. Chapter 468. Your sword heart is already damaged. You are just trash. Why do you need to bother? As for the other people of Tailing Sect, I might not know. But I know that your sword skills aren't improving and instead retreating. It isn't worth it. Before his voice had died away, Ji Lingzi's face was already ashen. His chest rose and fell, his hands trembling. That white-haired old man shook his head. You should understand what my young master means. Be it sword skills or character, you aren't worthy of my young master attacking. Fighting with you is unable to train his sword skills. If you know your place, then move aside. Ji Lingzi's eyes were fierce, his chest filled with rage like he finally found a place to vent as he stared right at the white-haired coachman. Shut up. I am talking to your master. How can I allow you, an old dog whose cultivation has only reached grade 6, to interrupt? A sword light suddenly left the sheath behind him. It slashed down towards the old man's head. That white-haired old man wasn't shocked or afraid, like he didn't see anything as he sat on the spot. Within the cloud-crossing carriage, a scoff spread out. Forget it. Since you want to die, then why don't I, Jueyu, grant you your wish? When his voice landed, a similar sword shadow pierced through the carriage door. It was extremely sharp. With a cling, it deflected that sword light away. After which, the pure black sword shadow made a turn in the air and slashed diagonally towards Ji Lingzi's location. Like it was spitting out a demon breath from the depths of the earth. It was indiscernible, deceitful and indiscernible. Ji Lingzi laughed out loud, his face filled with excitement. Reaching out with his hand, he grabbed the green sword that was deflected back into his hand. You still attacked in the end. Let me let you see whether my Taiqing Qingfeng sword is worthy of its name. Come down from me. His entire person along with his sword turned into a violent wind, sweeping towards the cloud-crossing carriage. The green sword light seemed to have merged into the wind. It was indiscernible, the blade light seemed like it wasn't there at all. However, in mid-air, it clashed several times with the black demon breath like sword light. Every time a clang sound was heard, the tornado would stop for a moment. The figure of that person, Ji Lingzi, gradually appeared. Their faces were filled with shock and despair. In just 5 strikes, the storm that had risen from the flat ground had already subsided. It rises abruptly, and when it subsides, it is also abrupt. And at this moment, the black sword shadow also broke into the sword light surrounding Ji Lingzi with an incomparably profound trajectory. With a piu sound, blood spurted out. It actually pierced through the center of his brows and flew out. Ji Lingzi's corpse still didn't fall, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Behind the cloud-crossing carriage, the white-haired coachman sighed softly when he saw the situation. Young master, I don't think there's a need to kill. This Ji Lingzi's background was truly remarkable. I heard that his ancestor was a famous god realm expert of the cloud world. His position in Tailing Sect is extremely high. If that wasn't the case, Taoist Qiu Yun wouldn't have used the lives of several hundred disciples of Tsang Xing Dao and Shui Shi in exchange for this person's safety. A year and a half ago, after the battle at the Black Spirit Valley, the world was in an uproar. It wasn't worth it to talk about tailing sect. Even within the sect, there was an uproar. Many people were unhappy with Qiu Yun's decision. One Xue Shi's value far exceeded those remaining tailing sect disciples. However, when someone with intentions secretly investigated Ji Lingzi's identity, these voices completely disappeared without a trace. So what if I killed him? What are you afraid of? A god realm, what do I need to fear? Although this person died, his soul wasn't damaged much. If his old ancestor was a god realm person, then he would be able to rebuild his body. Naturally, I can reconstruct his body and primordial spirit. What's there to worry about? That white-haired old man was startled when he heard that. Thinking about it, it wasn't a big matter. However, the tailing sect behind this person was after all the top shrines. The top sect under the starry sky. He was still a little hesitant, but what? Why aren't you hurrying? This Ji Lingzi's Taiqing Qingfeng sword is not bad. Before his martial path strength showed signs of weakness, he did have the ability to fight with me. A year and a half ago, Tan Qiu was able to block 200 swords with his initial grade 6 strength and win with one sword. Unbelievable! It really makes one look forward to it. Hearing the muttering behind, the white-haired old man laughed bitterly. Looking at Ji Lingzi's corpse, he shook his head and waved his whip once more. He urged those 8 Windrider foals to step on Ji Lingzi's corpse. Just as that cloud-crossing carriage disappeared at the exit of the narrow mountain path. Not far behind, on the same path, a few figures were looking at the scene of the murder with different expressions. Isn't this Ji Lingzi asking to die? It isn't like he doesn't know how vicious Jueyu is. He even dared to kill the son of the 8th sect leader of the shrines with one sword. Does he really think that his background can make Jueyu worry? Is he so dumb to think that his Taiqing Qingfeng sword can beat his Great Extinction sword? This person was a green-shirt male, stepping on a shining sword. He hung in midair, 10 feet above the ground, standing straight like a pine tree. If Zhong Shou was here, he would be able to recognize this person. He was definitely Su Chun from the Kenzo sect's Han sect. At this moment, his face was filled with a weird expression, like he felt that the scenes in front of him were unbelievable. The one who stood beside him was Lei Dong. He was laughing so hard that he fell down, pounding his chest. His body was shaking like he was about to fall down at any moment. I am dying of laughter. This Ji Lingzi is really unlucky. A year and a half ago, he lost to Zhong Shou and couldn't raise his head in the sect. It wasn't easy for Jueyu to challenge him. In the end, he was too lazy to bother about him, directly turning around and leaving. In the end, he could only chase over to take back his face. Now, he even lost his life. He didn't even use sword intent, just using sword technique changes to break his Taiqing Qingfeng sword. He really lost face this time. Actually, it isn't a crime for the bird to be a little smaller. Su Chun rolled his eyes, feeling that he couldn't hold back his laughter. After laughing out, he quickly stopped himself, saying solemnly, "Is that enough? The entrance to the Tsang Xingdao Palace should be not far ahead. Let's hurry over. You and I came here to watch the sword. If we are late, we will miss out on such an exciting show. What's the rush?" Lei Dong didn't care, breaking out into a laugh. The talents of the Tsang Xingdao are all concentrated in the generation 20 years ago. Shui Lingbo Fangwen, Xueshi, these 3 people pretty much suppressed all the talents of the same generation in the cloud world. After that, the standards of the disciples were getting worse and worse. Only recently did it get better. It was with much difficulty that a Tan Qiu appeared. However, his cultivation wasn't enough and was far from Ji Lingzi's. This time Jueyu most probably won't be able to meet an opponent of similar strength. However, even if Tsang Xingdao loses, no one will think that they aren't strong. At most, their face will be slightly damaged. Just Tanqiu alone was enough to give him a boost. What we are really looking forward to is our 10,000 sword vast habitat. When Su Chen heard that, he looked at Lei Dong like he was looking at a native dumb hat. Brother Lei, don't you know? Jueyu has already sent a challenge letter to Tsang Xingdao. Even if he restricts his cultivation, he wants to fight with Tan Qiu? His gaze was clear. Brother Lei, you are too ignorant and inexperienced. There is actually such a thing? As expected, Lei Dong was stunned, following which his brows furrowed. Your Han sect is really amazing. To be able to know such news, do you have connections in the Tsang Xingdao Palace? Then Mei shook his head slightly. This is a little against the rules. With his grade 8 realm, even if he restricts his true qi, it is still unfair. Tsang Xingdao also wouldn't easily let Tan Qiu fight. The difference between a heaven realm expert and an earth realm expert. It wasn't in terms of internal energy and soul power, but in terms of sensing heaven and earth, control of spiritual energy and understanding of laws. Even Zhong Shou, who had comprehended the pinnacle of sword sense. In this aspect, he definitely couldn't compare to the sword prince Jueyu, who had truly stepped into grade 8 and could be considered intermediate heaven realm. However, with this challenge letter, this battle of the common people's vast habitat isn't totally unattractive anymore. Su Chen smiled, his expression expressionless. I heard that Jueyu seems to be really stubborn this time. He said that no matter what, he has to fight with this Tan Qiu. Tsang Xingdao wouldn't be able to reject even if he wanted to. Senior brother Lei, don't you feel anticipation? Lei Dong was instantly speechless. Zhong Shou and Jueyu. If this battle couldn't be avoided, then naturally he wouldn't miss it. Su Chen's tone changed, filled with a probing intent. Senior brother, where did this Tan Qiu come from? Till now, no one knows where he came from. Is this person actually brother Zhong Shou? Lei Dong's pupils constricted, then he shook his head expressionlessly. How would I know? Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. With my brother Shou's sword technique, it isn't tough to win against Jilingzi. However, that might not be the case. He might not beat Tsang Xingdao, there might be other sword path experts. I have no ill intentions. Su Chen broke out into a laugh when he heard that, then a bright glow shone in his eyes. I was just thinking that if it was him, then he might win. Perhaps we really have a chance of winning. Although Han's sect wasn't one of the 10 shrines, it had several giant spiritual mountains and built caves similar to the vast habitat. Their strength was on the same level as Lingyun's sect, which was at the bottom of the 10 shrines, maybe even stronger. Such a sect was naturally in the list of Jueyu's challenges. A year ago, he was defeated in 47 sword. Jueyu didn't even go all out, which was a huge humiliation. Lei Dong was also silent. His situation was slightly better. Although he was the backup of Wujue Villa, he still fought with Jueyu. He had just learned sword techniques but lost in 197 swords, causing Jueyu to retreat with light injuries. However, Lei Dong himself couldn't do anything for half a month. Scoff. That fellow has been too arrogant recently. Someone needs to press his head down. Just as he said that, Lei Dong suddenly felt something and looked into the sky, only to see several streaks of light heading towards the southwest. Then, there were more and more. Su Chen saw that and laughed. The one at the front is Knife Lordly Wuhui. These fellows really move when they hear the news. Chapter 469. In the back courtyard, Chu Shui's body danced, the sword light in her hand scattered, sweat dripping down her face like rain. Just yesterday, the number of heavy earth talismans on her body had increased to 10, which meant that since yesterday she had to bear 2 million kilograms of pressure at every moment. This was what Zhong Shou instructed, saying that it could help her train her body. In the future, when she faced experts several grades higher than her, it would also be beneficial. It was also the key for her to break through to grade 7. since a year and a half ago it had already started. At first, there were only 2, then 4, and now there were 10 of them. Even when she was sleeping, she wasn't allowed to take it off. However, till date, apart from her body strengthening, Chu Shui didn't see any other benefit. She only knew that during this year and a half, every sword she waved was really tough. The stamina she consumed was 10 times that of usual. At the start, she couldn't even last for more than 8 minutes. Only 6 months ago did she get used to it. Every time she got used to it, Zhong Shou would ask her to add 2 more talismans. He also told her to control her strength. 2 million kilograms. Usually when she stepped on the ground, if she didn't pay attention, pretty much every step she took would sink into the ground. Which meant that at every moment, she needed to consume a huge amount of soul power, borrowing the power of the 5 spirit beasts to allow her body to float above the ground. While casting spells, he also practiced this sword technique. It was really tough. Every night, she would be close to collapsing. However, since young master said that he wanted her to know every sword move of the 5 spirits sword like the back of her hand, until she could use the sword from her heart, then she definitely wouldn't give up halfway. A year and a half, this set of sword techniques. She had broken it into pieces, bit by bit, slowly understanding it. Chu Shui also knew that her comprehension was too weak. She couldn't understand the meaning of many sword techniques. However, beside her, there was a sword technique grandmaster like Zhong Shou that she could ask for advice. Zhong Shou often didn't choose to teach through words, directly teaching by example. Sometimes, even before the brain understands, the body has already grasped it. The so-called 5 spirit swords were actually 5 completely different sword styles, which had 5 sword intents that combined with the 5 spirit beasts. Moreover, when using the sword technique, one would often have to mix in spiritual spells to activate the divine abilities of the 5 spiritual beasts. It was incomparably complicated. But now, she could freely use and switch between the 5 types of sword techniques that she had almost no practice with. When he cast spells and abilities, he would be able to do so at the right time. According to what Zhong Shou said, there were very few flaws. This sword art was not far from reaching the minor accomplishment level of swordsmanship. Ordinary stage 6 powerhouses were no longer her match. He remembered that when he said those words, the young master was shocked and rueful, saying that she was simply the legendary heaven-reaching ape. It was rumored that during the ancient cloud desolate era, it was very stupid, but in a very short period of time, it was a type of divine beast that could imitate all kinds of secret techniques and divine abilities. At that time, Chu Shui was so embarrassed that she wanted to hit Zhong Shou's head with a hammer. However, during these 20-odd days, she was especially excited and trained even more diligently. Thus, every night, before it reached 2 p.m., she would lie on the bed and not be willing to climb up. At this moment, outside the door of the room that Zhong Shou was cultivating in, Zhao Yanran was really relaxed, looking on with interest. Ever since she heard that Zhong Shou was going into secluded meditation to break through to the day-wandering realm. During these 10 days, she stayed here. Most of the time, she closed her eyes to cultivate. Occasionally, she would open her eyes and quietly look on as she trained. TSK, this sword technique is really not bad. Once we fight, even if you don't have the combat martial body, I might not be your opponent. However, Shui, you really believe the words of your young master? He has already pasted 10 of these talismans. What a pervert! In the past, I have heard of people using the talisman to train their body, and the effects were not bad. However, I have never heard of someone using the talisman to break through to stage 7. Be careful not to be tricked by your young master. That fellow is the evilest of all. Chu Shui curled her lips, too lazy to bother. He was still fully focused, trying his best to perfect each and every sword move. At this moment, she was about to use up all her strength, both her hands trembling. Hence, to make this sword stance perfect was more and more difficult. Your young master is definitely using different methods to torture you. Shui, think carefully, what did you do recently to offend that fellow? Chu Shui's heart couldn't help but jump. 2 years ago, when she rushed back to Gantian Mountain, in a fit of anger, she pasted the luck talisman on the young master's head. She caused the young master to end up in such a tragic state. However, the young master didn't seem like such a petty person. However, thinking about it carefully, Zhong Shou's style of doing things seemed to be to take revenge. Did the young master really con her? Following which, she felt wary, continuing to slash out with her sword, angrily scoffing, "Sister Yanran, you are talking nonsense. If you continue to use illusions, Shui, I won't bother with you anymore." However, this sword was a little off, and he couldn't continue after that. Chu Shui was helpless. She could only change her sword technique to the spirit and martial arts merger sword that Zhong Shou taught her. Zhong Shou always told her to give up, but Chu Shui herself wasn't willing. This sword technique definitely had some effect. In the past, her internal energy and soul power were like ice and fire, totally unable to merge. However, today it was much better. She always felt that between the two, there was only a thin layer. As long as she broke it, she would be able to merge her internal energy and soul power into one. Which was why Chu Shui trained hard. She had personally seen Zhong Shou use the spirit and martial arts merger sword, his strength jumping 2 grades and going up against Xian Yuan Tong. Rumors had it that anyone who was able to merge spirit and martial arts would have combat strength far above people of the same level. Chu Shui didn't like to be a burden. Recently following beside Zhong Shou, other people said that she was dumb, a flower vase, a burden to the young master. The 5 spirit beasts that the young master gave her were like a heavy burden, pressing down on her shoulders. Which was why, after seeing a bit of hope, she wasn't willing to give up. When that Zhao Yanran saw that, she burst out laughing. In the end, she didn't use that illusionary technique, only saying curiously, "Shui, you really offended him? Tell me, what's going on?" However, the voice behind him was suddenly drowned out by the sound of a sword. In the next instance, they heard a clear voice ring out throughout the vast habitat. "I am Juyu. I am here to visit the mountain. I want to learn sword techniques from Song Xingdao. Please teach me." That voice reverberated and didn't stop for a long time. Zhao Yanran's brows froze, muttering softly, "That Jiu finally came." Following which she smiled towards Chu Shui and asked, "Do you want to go and take a look?" Chu Shui hesitated. She was a little curious. What did that sword Prince Juyu look like? Did he really have 3 heads and 6 arms to be able to challenge the 10 shrines and 19 spiritual houses and never lose? However, when she saw the sword in her hand, Chu Shui's thoughts suddenly calmed down. Just as she was about to reject, Zhao Yanran directly flew over, pulling her hand and directly rising into the air. She brought along a 100 feet long ribbon as she flew in the air. "You are already exhausted. Where do you have the strength to train the sword? Go over there to take a look, treat it as a rest. Watching someone like Juyu fight with the sword is beneficial for your future. Look at Zhong Yuan, Ruoshui and the others, didn't they follow? However, Shui, you are really heavy now, this 4 million kilograms, to think that you can take it." Chu Shui turned around and took a look. As expected, she saw the 2 people behind her, one in front and one behind as they rose into the air. The people behind arrived first. In just a moment they overtook them. Ruoshui treated her better. As his figure flashed past, he grabbed her with one hand, and then his speed suddenly increased dramatically. Tens of breaths later, they were out of the city gates of the palace. They directly went out of the common people's vast habitat and came to a wide space fissure. Only to see that there were numerous people gathered here. Most of them were Song Xingdao's disciples. There was also a portion who were sent by him. They all chose a place, either sitting or standing as they looked out. In the middle stood a tall young man. He was dressed in black. his face so handsome that it was devilish. Compared to her young master who inherited the Sky Fox bloodline, he was a little different. He held a black broadsword in his hand as he stood there quietly. His eyes were slightly closed like he was resting. The gazes of the people around were really complicated. There was respect, disgust, jealousy. However, not a single one of them was dissatisfied. This person was called Sword Prince, and had gone through hundreds of battles. He stepped on the heads of the 10 shrines, 19 spiritual houses, all the young talent. No one dared to doubt his strength. Chu Shui carefully sized up that Jiu and then shook her head. He isn't as good as my young master. Zhao Yinran instantly smiled and was about to speak. Yet another bell chime was heard. A slightly hoarse voice could be heard. Yuanfei, Xian, Han Jian, Xuanye, Zhu Ling, Guoyu Xuechu, these 6 people can quickly come to the main hall of the palace. This voice seemed like only the Tsang Xingdao disciples could hear it. They were all in an uproar. They knew that these 7 people were chosen by the sect to accept the challenge. They had more or less heard of the names of the first 6 people. However, they had never heard of the last one. As for the factionless cultivators and other sect disciples who came to watch the show, they didn't react at all. Chu Shui originally didn't care much. After a short while, she saw Zhao Yanran and the others look over with weird expressions. Only then did her expression change. Thinking back to Xuechu, it was the alias she chose when she entered the Tsang Xingdao palace. He spelled his name upside down. Why was it her? Tsang Xingdao's 3 sects and 6 schools had so many young talents who recently returned to the palace. There were over 10 grade 8 experts below 100 years old. Why did they choose her? She was obviously just grade 6. Zhao Yinran was also surprised. Thinking about it for a moment, she said in deep thought, "Anyways, since the sect called, we should go take a look. Or maybe some elder in the sect thinks highly of your talent." Chu Shui curled her lips in disdain. Till date she still remembered the disdain that old man Hanfang had when they first met. Chapter 470. When she rushed to the main hall, there were a bunch of common people palace disciples looking on from afar. Chu Shui hesitated. In the end, she was pushed by Zhao Yanran from behind. Only then did she gather her courage and walk towards the hall. Then, the surrounding 1,000 disciples were in an uproar. Who is she? The main hall is having a meeting. How does a grade 6 like her dare to enter? She looks pretty, more innocent than those senior and junior sisters of 7 Spirit sect. She is also better than Qingyin school. She has a child's face and huge breasts. Oh, junior sister, why are you pinching me? Speaking of which, I seem to have seen this girl in class before. However, it was just once or twice. Her comprehension is really bad and she didn't complete the teacher's test a few times. What a dumb brat! Is this girl the last Xuechu? The discussions spread out. Chu Shui's face flushed red. Suppressing the nervousness in her heart, she stepped into the hall. Only to see one person sitting high up in the hall. It was the current palace head Fanguin. Beside him sat a few people. They should be the elders of Tsang Xingdao. Their auras were all hidden and calm such that one was unable to see through them. They seemed to be much stronger than Fanguin. One of them was Hanfang. His seat was only below Fanguin. Below him, there were 6 other people standing respectfully. Only Xian and Xuanye were people she was familiar with. Seeing her enter, they all nodded their heads and smiled in a friendly manner. It was considered a sign. The rest of the people, including the elders, all frowned. A young man next to Xian scolded. "The main hall of the palace is having a meeting. You are only grade 6, who allowed you to enter?" Chu Shui held her breath, following which she was furious. The nervousness and guilt from before had disappeared without a trace. Young master often said that her nature was like a little cat. The tiger-cat race didn't fear anything. After glaring fiercely at the young man, Chu Shui turned and bowed. "Disciple Xuechu greets elders and palace master." Aside from Fong Wen and Han Fong, the displeasure in the eyes of the other people in the hall grew even stronger. Why didn't this female disciple know any etiquette? Seeing this, Fong Wen coughed lightly and said, "You are a third-generation inner disciple, so you don't have to bow to me. You can sit to the side and listen. Yuan Fei, why aren't you apologizing? How can you be so rude to Martial Granduncle?" Hearing this, Chu Shui didn't stand on ceremony. She walked directly to the elders and sat down not far away. She then turned her head and made a funny face at the young disciple, whose face was slightly pale as she glared at him. Yuan Fei had no choice but to bow and say, "It's my fault. Please forgive me, Martial Granduncle." Xuanye and Xie looked at each other and sighed at the same time. As they say, like master, like servant. This Zhong Shou loved to use seniority to suppress people. Who knew that the little maidservant beside him would be so good at it? They also found it weird. This Xue Chu didn't have any outstanding skills, so why was she chosen? The other elders also had doubtful looks in their eyes. First, they were shocked by Chu Shui's seniority. Then, their hearts sank. "Palace Master, why did you choose this girl? No matter how high her seniority is, she is only grade 6. Although the battle today won't harm the foundations of Art Song Xingdao, we can't underestimate it. Using grade 6 to go against grade 8, this is child's play." Fong Wen's face was also really ugly. This is a person recommended by the elders. Fong Wen has already agreed and can't be changed. After he finished, he pointed to the sky and said, 16. After that, in the palace, the expressions of the few elders were extremely strange. What nonsense! I think her foundations aren't too good, but be it true qi or spiritual cultivation, they are all average. What rights does she have to join in this battle? That's right. Isn't this letting the various sects of the cloud world laugh at Art Song Xingdao for having no one? This is a random order, how can you agree? All of a sudden, they were all scolding Fong Wen. Chu Shui's cheeks instantly swelled up like a bun. She knew that this would happen. She was also surprised. Who was the one who recommended her? Was it the young master? Thinking about it, this was the only possibility. Following which, he saw Han Fong looking over with a weird expression. Chu Shui scoffed and turned her head away. She didn't even want to look at that old man. She wished that her cultivation could improve greatly and have the ability of the young master to fight 300 rounds with that sword Prince Ju. Let these people's eyeballs fall out. However, when he thought of that, he sighed inwardly and knew that it was impossible. How could he have that kind of ability? He didn't know what his young master was thinking. Those elders seemed to know that no matter how much they scolded, it was useless and they didn't bother. After saying a few words, one of them changed the topic. Before Jueyu came to our common people's vast habitat, he sent a challenge letter and said that he wanted to challenge Tanqiu. Is it appropriate for us not to let him fight? That is something we can't do. The difference between grade 6 and grade 8 is too huge. Today Tanqiu is unable to break through to grade 7 due to some reason. If he takes another hit, it won't be appropriate. That is true. If his heart is affected by this battle and has flaws, then we will lose the bigger picture for the smaller things. This kid is the future pillar of our sect. We can't let him be destroyed like that. Below the steps, an unhappy cold scoff spread out. A year and a half and still can't break through to grade 7, what kind of pillar is he? If a sword cultivator loses a battle and is totally destroyed, what kind of talent is he? After today's battle, I, Yuan Fei, want to try. What ability does my third-generation senior master of Song Xingdao's sect have to be so important to the sect? I only won against one Jilingzi. Chu Shui's eyes were instantly filled with rage as she stared viciously at Yuan Fei. She thought to herself that she had to tell Sister Ruoshui and Yanran to let this fellow suffer. To dare to talk about young master like that, what an annoying person. Rude. Fanwen frowned and scolded heavily. However, he was worried that his master was at the side. His face was calm and he didn't care. It was obvious that he wanted to let him do as he wished. He could only say, "My junior brother Tanshio is your senior. How can you talk about him like that? After this battle, head to the discipline hall to receive your punishment." Following which he shook his head. "You can stop your discussion. The candidates are decided just like that. Yuanfei, Hanjian, Xian, although your combat strength isn't the strongest out of all the disciples in the same generation, you won in terms of your explosive strength at the start. Go all out in this battle. Don't insult the name of Tsang Xingdao. Xuanye, Zhu Ling, the two of you have a long way to go. If that Zhuyu still doesn't retreat, the two of you can go all out to delay and probe, try to understand the strength of his sword technique. Guoyu, out of all of us, you are the calmest and have the best comprehension ability. You can watch from the side. This last battle will be left to you." The 6 of them had solemn expressions as they accepted the order. Fangwen's eyes swept towards Chu Shui. His eyes flashed for a moment before he sighed and directly ignored her. Chu Shui clenched her small fists, her heart filled with unwillingness and helplessness. He didn't know what his young master was thinking. When Fangwen led everyone out of the vast habitat and into the space-time fissure, the clamor and discussion in the area instantly fell silent. Juyu also opened his eyes and raised his head to look. Then, he cupped his fists and bowed. Juyu greets common people palace head. This time Juyu came to train his sword technique and didn't intend to be enemies with Tsang Xingdao. "Please forgive me, Palace Master." Fangwen's eyes were dark as he sized up Juyu. His brows furrowed and then he smiled. "I am also a martial cultivator and know how hard it is to train sword intent. Why would I be offended?" He waved his sleeves. Yuan Fei had already understood what he meant. He rose into the air and landed in front of Juyu. He didn't bow, directly pointing with his spear. "I am Yuan Fei, Tsang Xingdao 5th generation direct disciple. Young Master Ju, please." Jueyu's brows furrowed and he didn't attack. Instead, his eyes were filled with doubt as he looked at Fangwen. "I remember that I sent a challenge letter." He came to the common people's vast habitat just for Tanshio. "Tsang Xingdao, are you looking down on me?" Fangwen was startled. Hearing Jueyu's tone, it seemed like he was really unhappy. Did this fellow really come for Zhongshou? Before he was able to open his mouth, Yuanfei laughed coldly in annoyance. "Although that Tanshio is the 3rd generation of our sect, he is just a junior. A normal disciple who is unable to break through to grade 7 in 1.5 years. What rights does he have to represent Tsang Xingdao? Who knows how many people are stronger than him in the palace?" The moment he said that, including Tsang Xingdao and the few elders, all frowned. Xuanye, Xian, and the others were furious. Fanwen couldn't help but have a headache, thinking to himself, why was this fellow such a weirdo? This time, they were going to become a joke. If they knew that no matter how much they lacked people, they wouldn't have chosen him to accept the challenge. Sweeping his gaze around, he saw that the surrounding people were indeed mocking him. Chu Shui was also more and more furious, wishing that this fellow would lose badly later. Yuan Fei didn't feel anything, still saying coldly, "Anyways, I am here. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then leave." Juyu was startled and then nodded his head. "I understand. Your words are really irritating. However, it is okay. Since all of you Tsang Xingdao, you won't let him come out. Today, I, Juyu, will make all of you willingly let him fight with me. Pay attention." A black-colored long sword suddenly came out of its sheath. It flew 30 feet up. Just as Yuan Fei's eyes lit up, the spear in his hand giving off a spear flower. That black-colored sword image rose into the air. At the start, it wasn't obvious, but when it was above Yuan Fei, it was like the entire space was covered in darkness. Endless destructive energy charged over, causing one to feel terrified and suffocated. In front of Yuan Fei's eyes, there was only a black-colored sword image which locked onto him. He felt that this world was collapsing and being destroyed. The spear in his hand was pretty much unable to stab out. Where would it hit? He suddenly hollered out as Yuan Fei finally struggled out from the sword intent. The spear in his hand also shot out numerous spear images. However, it was collapsing and disappearing at an even faster speed. Chapter 471. Ding! A crisp ring. When the black-colored sword light brought along the endless black flood, it shot down from the sky. The long spear in Yuan Fei's hand instantly turned into numerous pieces and dust. Numerous wounds appeared on his body. When the black tide had completely disappeared, Yuan Fei couldn't take it anymore, stumbling back dozens of steps. His hands were dyed red by fresh blood and trembled slightly. He forcefully held his breath and didn't fall down. A mouthful of blood was swallowed back into his stomach, following which his eyes were filled with blood veins as he looked opposite him. Like he didn't dare to believe that the sword which could destroy heaven and earth was personally slashed out by the person opposite him. Jueyu's expression was expressionless as he summoned the black-colored broadsword in front of him. "Brother Yuan, thank you for letting me win." The entire space fissure was silent such that one could hear a pin drop. The expressions of all the Tsang Xingdao disciples were extremely ugly. Yuan Fei was the peak of grade 7, the spear in his hand was pretty much the best in the sect. Many of them had personally experienced it. However, such a top person wasn't able to last one round against Jueyu. Chu Shui held her breath. She was cursing Yuan Fei to lose so badly. However, who knew that this fellow would lose so badly? Although she was annoyed at Yuan Fei's rudeness, she knew that this time Tsang Xingdao had lost a lot of face. Fangwen's eyes were cold and sharp as he coldly sized up Jueyu once more. Like he was surprised that this sword prince's sword technique was unexpectedly strong. Like he was surprised that this person didn't give him any face. Thinking about it for a moment, Fanwen waved his sleeves behind him. Han Jian, who was standing behind him, instantly understood. He rose into the air and landed on the field. However, he wasn't as arrogant as Yuan Fei. He held his sword and bowed slightly. "Tsang Xingdao Han Jian greets young Master Ju." Before his words landed, Jueyu interrupted. "Since you aren't Tan Qiu, then what's the point of me fighting with you?" Han Jian was startled and a trace of unhappiness appeared in his eyes. However, in just half a breath, he calmed down and smiled. "Young Master Ju, within my Tsang Xingdao, Tan Qiu is not the only one who is proficient in swordsmanship. In the end, whether or not I can be young master's opponent, we will only know after we try." Jueyu's brows furrowed, following which he laughed coldly. "Then pay attention." As his voice fell, countless black threads suddenly exploded from the black broadsword. As the sword shadow shot out, the entire space crack shook for a moment. Han Jian frowned and looked forward. Then, his entire aura changed. It was like a vast void that could contain everything, and he was as open-minded as a valley. The sword light shot up 1,000 feet and then retracted slightly, becoming even more solid. Then, they turned into sword shadows, layer by layer in front of him, thick and tight. Shockingly, the space in front of him was sliced and twisted. The Lingyun sect disciples who knew their stuff were all delighted when they saw that. They recognized that this was a secret Great Sumeru sword of the sect. It was personally created by the Tsang Xingdao ancestor, and was said to be the top defensive sword technique of the main sect. It was a grade 9 heaven-shocking martial art. Not far away, those people who rushed over to spectate all exclaimed. Many of their faces were filled with seriousness. Jueyu's expression didn't change at all. However, just as the black-colored sword light slashed into the layers of sword wave, those entwined threads suddenly turned into countless black lightning bolts and suddenly exploded, crazily spreading to the surroundings and destroying the thousands of sword shadows. All those sword shadows were scattered. All the twisted space was smashed into pieces. The broadsword suddenly turned into a sword light that was 100 feet long. It pierced through the heavens and the earth and destroyed everything. Pretty much slashed in like a hot knife through butter. No matter how the sword shadow tried to block, it was directly destroyed. In the end, it wrapped around Han Jian's neck like it was nothing, leaving a blood mark. Han Jian's face was totally devoid of blood. The sword in his hand was trembling along with his hand. A grade 8 spiritual weapon, although it didn't shatter. On the sword blade there were numerous cracks. He knew that just now, if it was a life and death battle, his head would have been sliced off by this person. As for the spectators, they all held their breath. Many Tsang Xingdao disciples looked at the scenes in front of them in disbelief. Before this, when Yuan Fei lost, it could be said that it was an accident. At this moment, Han Jian, who was fully prepared, was still defeated by Jueyu in one sword. Their faces were ashen white, feeling like their faces were viciously slapped by someone. They were also at a loss. These two people were already outstanding people in the sect. Xian, Xuanye and the others behind might not be stronger than them. However, if they couldn't even take one sword from Jueyu, then where would the face of Tsang Xingdao go? Jueyu didn't care at all. With a slight thought, he summoned back the black broadsword. He said expressionlessly, "Your sword technique is not bad, Tsang Xingdao's great Sumeru sword is exquisite. Only your sword intent cultivation isn't what I wanted. There are many weaknesses, but you want to be strong. You are asking to be humiliated. If you want to be my opponent, wait until you cultivate the Sumeru sword intent to the peak." Han Jian's face was first ashen white, then it turned red. Although the great Sumeru sword was a secret sect technique, a grade 9 martial technique, his sword intent cultivation was indeed not good enough. In Buddhism, Mount Sumeru was the residence of the Celestial Emperor. It was a huge mountain with a height of 84,000 meters. However, Shizi used these two words to name this sword technique, taking the meaning of Sumeru in a mustard seed. The Sumeru sword intent was actually the void sword intent. It was also one of the hardest martial Dao intents to comprehend. This was why within the sect, although this grade 9 heaven-shocking sword technique was passed down and was called the top defensive sword technique, there were very few people who cultivated it. Jueyu's words weren't wrong at all. If it was someone else who was good at sword techniques, he might be able to hold on for a while longer. At this moment, he didn't have the face to remain on the field. Han Jian cupped his fists and directly walked back. At this moment, Chu Shui sucked in a cold breath. Just now when Han Jian used that sword, she nearly thought that no one in the world could break that heavy sword image. However, he still lost, so cleanly and cleanly. Her head couldn't help but feel numb. Thinking about how she might face such an opponent not long later, she felt her heart palpitate. She guessed that even if she went up, he just needed to use a finger to knock her down. Just as she was letting her imagination run wild, she suddenly felt someone pat her on the shoulder. "Shui, could it be that you're scared?" Chu Shui was frightened. When she turned around, it was Zhong Shou who was smiling as he stood at the side. She first heaved a sigh of relief, following which she felt weird. "Young master, weren't you in secluded meditation to reach the day-wandering realm? Why did you come out?" At this moment, the aura on Zhong Shou's body definitely wasn't grade 7. "I was just one step away. Coincidentally, I heard that Jueyu came over and had something to tell you, so I ran out to relax," Zhong Shou casually replied, his eyes focused on the direction of Jueyu. Following which he praised, "This Jueyu is really amazing. As expected from the sword extinction that will sweep the 3,000 worlds in the future." The last sentence was a soft mutter. Chu Shui didn't hear it clearly and was confused. What sweep the 3,000 worlds? Nothing. Zhong Shou shook his head and then reached out with his hand. "Pass me all the heavy earth talismans and spirit sealing talismans on your body." Chu Shui was slightly startled. Following which she didn't hesitate, ripping off all the talismans on her body and passing them to Zhong Shou. In just that instance she felt that her body was different. All the burdens were shifted away, and she felt that her body was extremely light. After the spirit-sealing talisman was removed, there was no longer any barrier between her soul and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In the past, to maintain her body, she was always in a floating state. She needed to go all out at every moment to come into contact with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, without purposely coming into contact with it, the energy of heaven and earth surged over. Within her body, it was cheering and jumping about. Zhong Shou casually grabbed and smashed those 10 talismans into pieces. Following which he asked once more, "Do you feel that you can fly?" Chu Shui was at a loss, following which she nodded her head with certainty. At this moment, she felt that she was extremely light and light. After her body had no more restraints, she felt like she was about to fly. She had a feeling that she didn't even need to use internal energy and soul power to fly. In that case, do you still remember the sword strike I used when I met your grandfather? Chu Shui's pupils constricted. How could she not remember? Zhong Shou had made her remember that sword. She had never forgotten it. Till now, she could recall every detail of that night. Those who are good at attacking will be able to move the 9 heavens. It was incomparably agile, untraceable, light, and elegant. It was that sword that allowed Zhong Shou to slice off half of Hu Qianqiu's sleeves with strength that wasn't even at the Xiantian level. Then now, Shui, do you have the confidence to slash out such a sword? Chu Shui's fists clenched tightly. She instinctively reached for the sword by her waist. Her heart surged. Every time she thought back to that sword move, she would feel dejected and unbelievable. The deeper one's martial path was, the more one would feel that sword was exquisite, like it shouldn't exist in this world. However, at this moment, she suddenly had confidence. It was like she had enough ability to use that sword. Let me help you once more. Zhong Shou laughed, casually taking out a golden talisman and pointing at the center of Chu Shui's brows. Chu Shui's eyes were sharp and recognized that there was a luck word on the talisman. On it, there was another word that seemed to be pray. Her eyes opened wide as she stared right at Zhong Shou. Zhong Shou turned his head awkwardly, coughing. Don't worry. This is the improved version. What an unlucky thing. It needs 6 hours before it will act up. It is better than going up and embarrassing yourself. At this moment, Xian came up. He had a serious expression as he summoned out his few protector beasts. He also took out a silver shield before standing in front of Juyu. Chapter 472. Seeing that Xian was protecting himself so tightly, Zhong Shou shook his head. This great extinction sword could wipe out everything. What was the point of defending? He wanted to remind him, but thinking about how even if Xian attacked, he wouldn't have any chance of winning. He could only sigh and shake his head, patting Chu Shui's shoulder. Shui, those few people probably can't. This time we can only rely on you. Don't lose too badly. Remember, if you lose face for your young master, then I won't let you eat for 10 days. Chu Shui exclaimed, not knowing what to do. Even Yuan Fei and Han Jian, who were at the peak of grade 7, couldn't block a sword from Juyu. How could a grade 6 like her be his opponent? Young master was so unreasonable. She felt uneasy in her heart, worried about her gains and losses. However, for some reason, she was eager to try. Zhong Shou didn't console her. Instead, he looked into the sky. He suddenly drove the sword up 2,000 feet above. At this moment, pretty much everyone's eyes were focused on Juyu and the two of them. Other than the dozens of powerhouses above the Type 9 realm, no one else was paying attention to him. After groping around for a while, he realized that something was wrong. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed, suddenly stepping out 2 steps in the air in front of him. There was actually no restriction to stop it, and the scene in front of him. What he saw in front of him suddenly changed, and he was already in a building. Looking around, only to see that behind him was a 3,000 feet large courtyard. In front of the railing of the building, one could look down at the situation below. Han Fangzheng sat on a rocking chair. His face, filled with engravings, was extremely dark and sunken. His eyes were sharp as he looked at Juyu. To the right of this person, there was a table and a rocking chair. Zhong Shou's eyes flashed. On the table he took a fist-sized, bright red fruit and bit into it. He only felt a fragrance invade his nose, his mouth was filled with juice, the flesh of the fruit also melted in his mouth. Compared to his best wine, it was even sweeter. It really was the red jade spirit containing fruit. Legend had it that if one ate one, it could raise a grade 4 spirit master's cultivation by an entire grade. He couldn't help but be speechless. This Hanfang was guarding the scripture repository B every day. He had assumed that senior martial brother Han lived there. Who would have thought that this old man actually had a moving celestial manner in his hands? Looking at the abundance of spiritual energy here, it was comparable to common people's vast habitat. The crimson jade spirit-containing fruit, which these innate experts had been yearning for, was actually used as a snack. He was indeed a God realm expert who had lived for thousands of years. Even if he stayed in Songqingdao Palace all year round, his wealth was far from what he could compare to. Zhong Shou heard another clang of a sword. Zhong Shou looked down, only to see the black wave spread out once more in front of Juyu. Within, a sword shadow brought numerous black-colored lightning as it struck out. When the black light flashed, the spiritual shield in front of Xie and was penetrated almost instantly, although those few protector beasts tried their best to save their master. Only to see that black-colored broadsword which had a demonic aura spun around, causing those few grade 7 protector beasts to retreat with injuries. Following which, the sword stabbed onto Xie An's body. Only to hear a low, pring sound as Xie An's body was struck hundreds of feet away. The few defensive spiritual spells around him all fell apart. The purple-gold robe on his body was also torn into pieces. A grade 8 spiritual artifact robe was broken just like that. Zhong Shou frowned, thinking to himself that as expected. Destruction laws, as long as this Juyu saw the weakness. All spiritual artifacts were trash in front of this great extinction sword. However, today this Juyu showed mercy. That sword seemed vicious, but it actually didn't injure Xian. It only broke apart the spells and spiritual artifacts around him. Hanfang was silent and speechless, entering deep thought. A moment later, he turned his head. He asked coldly, "What are you planning to do by letting Chu Shui fight? What are you trying to do?" Zhong Shou smiled and didn't speak, walking to another rocking chair and sitting down. He poured himself a cup of wine. Carefully sipping a mouthful, he couldn't help but frown. This was definitely the 100-spirit jade liquid. In the future, 100 grams could be sold for a sky-high price of 100 grade 9 mined stones. Just how rich was this old man Hanfang? He knew that he couldn't drink, which was why he didn't dare to drink too much. Luckily, that small mouthful wasn't enough to make him drunk. Only his face was slightly red. In his body, due to refining the blazing glass and extreme dark chill energy pearls, his soul power that was close to drying up was replenished. A spiritual fruit, a small mouthful of wine allowed him to recover his energy. Seeing Hanfang's expression become more and more impatient, more and more dark and sunken. Only then did Zhong Shou raise his eyes slightly. "If I say that Shui can block more than 10 swords from that Juyu, would senior brother believe it?" Hanfang was startled, taking a close look at Chushue, checking her closely. The spirit sealing talisman and heavy earth talisman on her body were removed. However, no matter how he observed, he could only feel that this girl's true chi was a little thicker than others. Her physical body foundations were really firm. Next would be that within her soul she had formed 12 true spiritual talismans. In terms of spiritual cultivation, she was above average. Apart from that, there wasn't anything special about her that was worth paying attention to. She was really normal. This girl's intellect in his eyes couldn't be considered smart and wasn't worth mentioning. Thinking about it, in this 1.5 years, she wouldn't have learned any deep sword technique. Speaking of which, it was weird. Who knows how this Chu Shui did it? With her comprehension, she was actually able to form 12 true spiritual talismans. For some reason, he thought back to what Zhong Shou said to him a 1.5 years ago when he first arrived at the common people's vast habitat. If he doesn't accept this disciple, don't regret it in the future. Following which he shook his head slightly. I have no prejudice against this girl. She has spirit-refined tiger bones. Such talent is enough to be a direct disciple of our sect. However, she is too young to go up against that Juyu. She is still lacking a little. Zhong Shou smiled when he heard that, lying on the rocking chair and shaking continuously. Then how about we make a bet? I will bet your celestial manner. Hanfang couldn't help but exclaim, thinking that this fellow was really confident. Following which he broke out into a laugh. We can bet, but junior brother, do you have something of the same value? Zhong Shou's expression instantly froze. Hanfang acted like he didn't see it, following which he said, how about this? If you win, I will give you 1,000,000 merit points. If you lose, you will take over as the common people palace head for 10 years. You will work hard without any complaints. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed. 1,000,000 merit points and 10 years as the common people palace head, that wasn't worth it. 1,000,000 is too little, at least 2,000,000. Common people's learning palace head, this was a tiring job. Looking at junior nephew Fanwen, he looks like an old man. Okay. Hanfang smiled and nodded his head, following which his eyes squinted. If Juyu binds his true qi and soul power, how confident are you against him? Zhong Shou sighed slightly and didn't reply. Lying on the chair and shaking continuously, thinking to himself that he still couldn't trust this old man Hanfang. However, thinking about it, if he didn't know about Chu Shui's combat martial body, he wouldn't have been able to defeat her. Who would have thought that this ordinary little brat, whose cultivation wasn't even at grade 7, would be able to go up against Sword Prince Juru? 15 minutes later, the atmosphere in this space fissure was extremely suppressive. The close to 10,000 disciples at Song Xingdao's side all had flames shooting out of their eyes as they looked at the battlefield. The people around all held their breaths to avoid provoking these Song Xingdao disciples, who were already on the verge of collapsing. 6 people 6 battles, the first 5 people were all defeated by a sword. Breaking everything, no one was able to block that sword. Even that last Guoyu was only able to block 3 swords before his weapon was broken. Standing roughly 3,000 feet away, Lei Dong's expression was extremely complicated. A moment later he heaved a sigh of relief. This Juyu is really vicious. It seems like he really wants to force Tan Qiu out. He actually didn't show mercy at all. In the past, Juyu challenged the sects to train his sword technique and definitely wouldn't use strength to suppress others. However, this time he was totally suppressing them. The vigorous true power of the 8th level, the absolute sword technique, the peak of martial arts intent. With the 3 of them combined, such that the top 5 elite disciples of Song Xingdao couldn't take a single sword. I think that Guoyu's strength is slightly higher than mine, which meant that if Juyu went all out, he might not even be able to block 3 moves from Lei Dong. His face was bitter as he forced out a smile. Suchen looked around. I think Song Xingdao has miscalculated this time. If they can't find a suitable person to turn the tides, they would lose all their face this time. All around, the cultivators and martial practitioners of the various sects were either silently sneering, gloating, or beaming with joy. Lei Dong's brows furrowed slightly as he knew that what Suchen said was true. The people in this world wouldn't care about the truth. They would only think that the so-called elite disciples of Tsang Xingdao couldn't even take a single sword from Jueyu, which showed that they didn't have much strength left. I wonder who the next person from the common people's path will be? The seventh person should be the last choice. It should also be the strongest disciple of Tsang Xingdao's generation, the last person. However, apart from this Guoyu, he really hadn't heard of anyone else. Was it Tan Qiu? At this moment opposite, the 10,000-odd Tsang Xingdao disciples all came back to their senses and looked at one another at a loss. Who is the next? I remember that, out of the few names that the palace head mentioned, the last one seemed to be called Xuechu. It's her? The inner sect protector beside first seat Tan Qiu? I remember that little brat's strength isn't even grade 6? How did the palace head and the others choose? Why is she grade 6? Everyone's gazes were secretly moving back and forth, trying to find traces of this Xuechu. Chu Shui was originally a little absent-minded. Her mind was filled with Zhong Shou's sword 2 years ago. Only when everyone's eyes looked over did she come back to her senses. Being stared at by numerous confused gazes, she panicked. She instinctively wanted to back off, but then she realized something, gritting her teeth and walking forward. Chapter 473. Step by step, Chu Shui's heart was jumping intensely like a rabbit bumping into a rabbit. She was still nervous and uneasy. The feeling of being the center of attention made her panic even more. She was at a loss, her right hand holding onto the sword handle tightly. With the grade 7-5 color sword that Zhong Shou gave her in her hand, she felt like she had support in her heart and had the courage to continue walking forward. The many Tsang Xingdao disciples in front all made way, their expressions weird. The discussions all around also entered Chu Shui's ears. She forgot to use true qi to block it. The more she heard, the more panicked she got, her thoughts in a mess. The sect isn't joking, is it really her? Isn't she losing face for sure? From today on, my Tsang Xingdao disciples won't be able to raise their heads and speak loudly in front of people from other sects. What does Palace Head Fanwen mean? The few elders aren't planning to stop her? Scoff. You and I all lost in one sword. What's the use of this dumb brat going up? If she can stand firm in front of Jueyu and not be crushed. My name, Yuan Fei, will be written backwards. That voice was really familiar. Chu Shui couldn't take it anymore, turning her head to take a look. As expected, it was Yuan Fei who was chatting with Xuanye and Han Jian. She couldn't help but stare in rage. You are the dumb one, stupid pig. Remember, from now on your name is Fei Yuan. After saying that, Chu Shui was lazy to bother about that annoying fellow. With a belly full of anger, he no longer cared about anything else and strode forward with large strides. His mind was clear now. Thanks to this, all the distracting thoughts in his mind had disappeared. The discussions all around couldn't be heard anymore. She only had one thought, which was to be stronger than the 6 of them. Even if she could take one more sword than that Guiyu, it was still a victory. At this moment, she recalled that she forgot to ask Zhong Shou why he pushed her out. Wasn't young master making things difficult for her? He didn't think much about it. When Chu Shui walked to 400 feet in front of Jueyu, she stopped. All of his thoughts disappeared without a trace. Originally, he was still thinking about how he could withstand one more sword strike than Guoyu, but at this moment, his mind was completely blank. She was indeed extremely straightforward when she reprimanded Yuan Fei earlier. However, when she stood in front of Jueyu, she realized that it was really difficult to stand firm in front of him. When she looked at it from afar earlier, she didn't notice it, yet at this moment, she only felt strands of violent surging, vast, and boundless tyrannical will pressing down upon her, causing her to be practically unable to catch her breath. At this moment, the cultivators from the various sects who were watching the battle were also slightly startled, their faces full of surprise. 6th stage. What is this Tsang Xingdao trying to do? Could it be an illusion? Or was it the breath concealment technique? No. This woman is indeed at the 6th level. What the hell are you doing? There were so many 7th and 8th level martial cultivators and spirit masters that didn't make a move, but instead sent a 6th level little girl to fight? Is that Fangwen prepared to give up? Song Xingdao, is he prepared to become a laughing stock and become the laughing stock of the various sects of the cloud world? Suchen and Lei Dong exchanged glances with one another, their eyes filled with confusion. Lei Dong was at a loss. He seemed to have seen this girl before. Was she the little maidservant that followed beside Zhong Shou, the little girl from the tiger cat race? He had taken a close look at Chu Shui. At that time, he also felt that there was something about her that was too outstanding. Dual cultivator, spirit-trained tiger bones. In Donglin Cloud Continent, she was already a top talent. However, in the common people palace, where geniuses gathered, she wasn't considered much. Why did Song Xingdao push this girl out? It was really confusing. On the side of Jueyu, he was also filled with confusion. He looked up and down at Chu Shui, following which his brows furrowed. Who are you? Where is Tan Qiu? Chu Shui originally only felt that the pressure on her body was really heavy. At this moment, seeing Jueyu's brows furrow, she instantly panicked. She didn't think much before replying in a panic, I am Xuechu. Young master seemed to have flown up. After saying that, she used her finger to point above her head. Chu Shui only reacted after a short while. Hearing the laughter around her, her face instantly swelled to a purple-red color. She really wanted to dig a hole and bury herself in it. Jueyu's expression became more and more dark and sunken. Young master? You are Tan Qiu's protector maidservant? Without waiting for Chu Shui to admit, Jueyu suddenly stepped forwards. His eyes were like knives as he looked at Fangwen, who was standing in mid-air. Fangwen, Tan Qiu, Song Xingdao, are you trying to humiliate me? Haven't you heard that those who humiliate others will be humiliated? On the side of Chu Shui, she didn't listen to what Jueyu was saying. Seeing him move, she thought that he was about to attack. She hurriedly patted her spirit beast bag. Instantly 5 streaks of spiritual light rose out and floated behind her. The Qilin was in the middle while the other 4 spirit beasts were in the left, right, top, and bottom. Instantly, large amounts of 5-element spiritual energy surged over. Chu Shui also felt that the heavy pressure on her suddenly lightened. Jueyu exclaimed, stopping his words. This was the first time he looked at the teen in front of him, his eyes filled with shock. The nearby space was silent for a couple of breaths. Be it that Song Xingdao disciples or the experts of the various sects, they were all at a loss. Their expressions were like they were looking at a teen with an average chest size. After she took off her clothes, they realized that her body was surprisingly good. It's actually 5 grade 6, Chill Gold Tiger, Red Fire Gold Phoenix, Black Qilin Beast, Xianming Turtle, Green Horned Turtle. They're all god beast subspecies. Who found them for her? What a waste of resources. A moment later, pretty much everyone's expressions turned into envy and jealousy. God beast subspecies level protector beasts were things that 99% of spirit masters wouldn't be able to have in their lifetime. But this little girl, who looked so ordinary in everyone's eyes, actually had 5 of them. Wouldn't it make them jealous? They were all enlightened in their hearts. With 5 god beast subspecies protecting her, she did have the right to go up on stage. Only a moment later did people notice the abnormality of the situation. Weird. 5 god beast level protector beasts, how can her soul power take it? The soul contract could allow spirit masters to control various beasts and spirit beasts. However, they had to use their own soul power to feed them as nutrients for the growth of the protector beasts. They seem to be natural protector beasts, but they also don't seem like it. Who knows what secret technique was used on the 5 spirit beasts? Their souls were extremely compatible with the teen in the center. Between natural protector beasts and normal protector beasts, one could imagine that these 5 god beast subspecies would be able to use close to 120% of their combat strength under the control of the teen. 200 feet in the sky, within the immortal mansion pavilion hidden within the void, Han Feng was similarly shocked. After which, he said thoughtfully, 5 divine beast subspecies. Junior brother, you are really willing to spend money on them. Speaking of which, the spiritual medicine to reconstruct the body was also asked for by this girl? Zhong Shou smiled and didn't reply, still sitting on the rocking chair, leisurely rocking back and forth. He couldn't drink, so he brewed a cup of tea for himself. The highest grade snow leaf tip, after 10,000 years, 1 gram would be equivalent to a drop of grade 9 dragon blood. Not only was the fragrance invading his nose, but when he drank a mouthful, he felt like his body and mind was cleansed. His mind was extremely clear. Later, when he went into secluded meditation to try to break through today wandering, there would be huge benefit. Senior brother Han, the bet has been made, you can't go back on it. You can raise the stakes. Han Feng's lips twitched as he scoffed heavily, turning his head and not bothering about this kid. Actually, in such a situation, if Chu Shui could really do it, naturally he would be happy to see it. However, when he saw Zhong Shou's expression, he felt annoyed for some reason. Thinking about it for a moment, Han Feng nodded his head. Why not? I will add another 1,000,000 merit points in exchange for you being the head of the academy for 5 more years. Zhong Shou was delighted, looking down in anticipation. 3,000,000 merit points, then he could exchange for most of the grade 9 sword technique manuals and secret techniques on the technique teaching tower. Thinking to himself, Shui, I will rely on you this time. Managing the academy was such an annoying thing. It was best to let others worry about it. At this moment, Han Feng's eyes had an undetectable change. A weird glow flashed across his eyes. He could feel that the girl's aura had changed. At this moment, Chu Shui's thoughts were indeed changing. Her spiritual sense and the 5 spirit beasts were in perfect harmony. After being comforted, his mind gradually calmed down. God beasts all looked down on heaven and earth, domineering and unexcelled in the world. As for the blazing fire golden phoenix and chill golden tiger, they loved to fight and couldn't take any provocation. At this moment, they were being suppressed by Jueyu's vast pinnacle sword intent, making them feel really annoyed. They bared their fangs and bared their teeth. Even if they couldn't beat him, they wanted to bite off a piece of meat from Jueyu's body. Chu Shui also felt the fighting intent in her body slowly surging. Her heart was like a drum, continuously jumping. Each time it was more intense than the last. The battle bloodline from the tiger cat race was slowly burning. She made up her mind. Anyway, she was going all out, she wouldn't be worse than Yuanfei and the others. Actually, she just needed to try her best. However, the spiritual sense and soul suppression from Jueyu made her feel really uncomfortable. Compared to the 10 heavy earth talismans and the 6 spirit sealing talismans, it was even more painful when they were pasted on her body. The feeling of her 4 limbs being restricted caused her previous carefree feeling to disappear without a trace. Her thoughts slowly stopped. For some reason, a scene appeared in front of Chu Shui's eyes. It was the scene of the battle between Zhong Shou and Hu Qianqiu, flying into the air. A thought rose up in her head. She could actually fly up and not be restricted anymore. 5 spirit god beasts? Interesting. You are worth me attacking for you. Jueyu squinted his eyes, following which he laughed coldly. He was too lazy to stretch out his hand to grab the sword, using his intent to control the sword beside him. However, in the next instance, he saw that the teen opposite him was in a daze, her eyes at a loss. At this moment, the people around all felt something. They all exchanged glances with one another, not knowing what was going on. Being distracted at such a time? Could it be that he's scared silly? Scoff. A grade 6, so what if she has a god beast protecting her? Jueyu's expression turned serious, suddenly feeling that the teen's aura was slowly becoming unstable, totally breaking out of his control. His spiritual sense was also unable to lock onto her. Chapter 474. Chu Shui was only absent-minded for a moment before she came back to her senses. Images of Zhong Shou's sword from 2 years ago flashed in her mind. Her mind slowly retreated as she focused on what was in front of her. In just a few breaths, that dark and deep, violent and crazy suppression became even more majestic. She felt that the meridians of her 4 limbs were being restricted by an invisible power. It was as if he was in a raging storm. The space around him was unusually viscous, and every movement was incomparably difficult. Chu Shui, on the other hand, felt really unhappy. She just wanted to fly up, to break free from these heavy chains, to throw away all the burdens and not be restricted by them anymore. Those who are good at attacking move the 9 heavens. When Mercury flows to the ground, there are no traces to be found, no traces to be found. In her mind, those words flashed once more. A spiritual glow shot out from Chu Shui's eyes. This Jueyu was really strong, but what was the problem if she tried? At most, she would lose. She would definitely be able to use that sword of the young master. She didn't hesitate anymore. Chu Shui's body suddenly rose into the air, jumping up 7 feet. The 5-colored sword in her hand also came out of its sheath with a clang. When the sword came out, a snow-bright sword light pierced through heaven and earth. Just like Zhong Shou 2 years ago, the sword soared in the sky, extremely nimble and untraceable. It was bright and eye-catching, filled with celestial energy. There was also an ethereal feeling like a celestial descending into the world. Not only was her body and soul not restricted by Jueyu's sword intent. It was like there was a chain in her body that was forcefully broken open. Wave after wave of vast heaven and earth spiritual energy surged in from all directions, charging into her body. It was jumping and surging like a wave. It's grade 7. She actually broke through to grade 7 realm right before the battle. Impossible! What an ethereal sword, light and elegant, different from the mortal world. Cries of surprise rang out one after another from all directions. Jueyu's pupils constricted slightly. Then, a gleam of excitement flashed in the depths of his eyes, filled with interest. He actually held the sword in his hand and fiercely slashed horizontally. It brought with it a vast black aura that spun like a dragon. It swept across the sky with the power to destroy everything. This sword strike actually caused traces of black cracks to appear in the space within a radius of 10,000 feet. If the spectators were careless for even a moment, their bodies would be cut by these spatial tears, leaving bloody wounds on them. Even if this woman called Xuechu had truly transcended the immortal Tao, he would still cut her down. However, just as the 5-colored silhouette in the sky was about to collide with the black sword tide, the 5-colored silhouette suddenly appeared. The aura around Chu Shui changed once again. First, he felt waves of absolute annihilation sword aura pressing down on him. Then, the true chi and soul power in his body surged wildly, resisting with all their might. Following which, the two of them quickly merged into one in his body. The barrier that he was unable to break through when he trained in the spirit and martial arts merger sword, at this moment was naturally broken. He injected it into the tip of the sword. First, a vast energy exploded out from the 5-colored sword in his hand. In the next instance, an even larger 5-element spiritual energy surged over from all directions. It caused Chu Shui's sword aura to instantly grow, climbing to another peak. It stirred up the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as it fell from the sky. At this moment, Leidong and Suchen in the distance were startled, standing rooted to the spot. Although they were looking at Chu Shui and Jueyu, their eyes were only focused on that eye-catching and stunning sword. At this moment, Yunfei's mouth was wide open, unable to close for a long time. The few people beside him weren't much better. That dumb brat who was too normal in their eyes, not worth mentioning, was now ethereal, light like a celestial from the heavens, like a celestial, like an unassuming ugly duckling had turned into a swan, flying in the sky. A few breaths ago, he was still thinking about how this Chu Shui would lose. However, at this moment, he only felt his heart pounding, pretty much stopping. At this moment, Knife Lord Li Wuhui nearly lost control of his true qi and fell from the sky. His eyes stared right at her, unwilling to shift away for even a moment. He wanted to try, but also felt that it was a pity. 2,000 feet in the air, within that hidden building. Zhong Shou wasn't careful, unable to control the teacup that was floating in midair, smashing it down. It burned him until he grimaced in pain, but he didn't bother about it. He only looked at the little girl 2,000 feet below in shock and disbelief. What did he see? That was spirit and martial arts merger. This brat actually merged spiritual cultivation and martial path into one. Hanfang at the side was also in a bad state. He accidentally used too much strength and the rocking chair beneath him was smashed into pieces. The wine cup in his hand was also crushed into dust. However, he still maintained his sitting posture. His aged face was completely lifeless. Fan Wen, who was standing in midair, was also at a loss, filled with disbelief. He muttered, "Spirit and martial arts merging, it is actually spirit and martial arts merging into one." This low moan was like a flame that had been thrown into boiling oil. It caused the entire space fissure to be in an uproar. Spirit and martial arts merging into one, how is that possible? This girl, no wonder Tsang Xingdao would send her out as the last person. It is actually spirit and martial arts merging into one, no wonder. So that is the case. I was wondering how such a normal girl had the rights to have 5 god beast subspecies as protector beasts. Just as the sounds of discussion rose up, Chu Shui's agile sword shadow. It had already collided with the dark black sword glow that swept over. Kung. It didn't cause any huge commotion, just a sharp metal clashing sound. However, the great extinction sword that Yunfei, Xuanye and the others couldn't block even when they went all out was collapsing. Between the two sword shadows, many shocking black cracks spread all about. All the wind and sword glow as well as the various shockwaves were all absorbed by the space fissure. The insufferably arrogant demonic mist was also dispersing bit by bit. Not only was Juyu unable to force back the sword shadow, but he was also stumbling. His body was struck by a huge force as he retreated hundreds of feet out. On the contrary, although Chu Shui was also retreating, she was much calmer. Her body was still extremely light, floating like a celestial. Did you teach her this sword move? It is really amazing, absolutely stunning in the world. In the attic, Hanfang let out a sigh, as if he was lamenting. His face finally regained calmness. As if nothing had happened, he waved his hand and another rocking chair appeared beneath him. Then, Hanfang glanced sideways at the tea stains on Zhong Shou's clothes. Speaking of which, Chu Shui being able to grasp spirit and martial arts merger, even you didn't expect that? Zhong Shou smiled bitterly, using his true qi to evaporate those water stains. Then, he looked at the teacup that had fallen on the ground in regret. That was the highest grade snow leaf tip. At least worth 3 drops of grade 9 true dragon blood was wasted by him just like that. Just now, he had only drunk a mouthful. Hanfang couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to punch viciously with the strength of MT Tai, smashing onto Zhong Shou's head. This fellow actually had the heart to care about this at such a time? However, he could only suppress that impulse. I still have many snow leaf tips, I can give you a few more. Only then was Zhong Shou delighted, following which he sighed. I indeed didn't expect that. He originally wanted to let Chu Shui try that spirit and martial arts merger sword. He didn't expect her to succeed. Who knew that in the end it would actually be effective? Why not he try to practice it himself? In his heart, he knew that it was impossible. For Chu Shui to be able to achieve spirit and martial arts merger, on one hand, it was because of her talent. On the other hand, it was because just now when she went against Jueyu's sword intense suppression, her mind was unprecedentedly focused. Only then did her soul power and internal energy complete the merger. Hanfang's eyes instantly lit up. Speaking of which, you said that she was able to block 10 swords of Jueyu because she had another trump card. Indeed. Zhong Shou nodded his head once more. As for what trump card it was, he wasn't willing to explain. Anyways, he was definitely going to win this bet. 3 million merit points were already waving at him. Senior brother, why don't we raise the stakes? I bet that Shui can fight for more than 50 swords. Han Fong cast a sidelong glance at the brat beside him. However, he snorted coldly and refused to agree. His heart calmed down. Although he lost 3 million merit points this time, the outcome was not bad. At least their Tsang Xingdao wouldn't become the laughing stock of other sections. Not only that, but it would shock the cloud world once more. Spirit and martial arts merger talent. In these 10 years, only 4 people had appeared in the entire 5 continents and 12 islands. 1 from the Kenzo sect, 1 from the Taoist sect, 1 from the Buddhist sect, 1 from the demon sect. Today, there was also a Chu Shui, the Chu Shui who belonged to their Tsang Xingdao. The only thing that wasn't able to make Zhong Shou agree to take charge of the common people's palace was a little unfortunate. Chu Shui could be considered personally groomed by this fellow. Be it that Zhong Yuan or Ruoshui, their strengths were far above people of the same grade. His ability to train people was really not bad. What was rare was that this person was the ruler of a country. He definitely had some foundations when it came to strategizing and governing. His heart felt like it was being bitten by tens of thousands of ants, a little bit of regret. If at the start he could have agreed to Zhong Shou and accepted him, if he was more careful and had Chu Shui and Rulan to pass down everything he learned, his bloodline would have been able to shine in the world. Unfortunately, this time, he had been blinded. However, his face didn't show any of it, still maintaining a solemn expression. His eyes continued to burn as he looked below. On the other hand, Fan Wen was wiping the cold sweat off his forehead with his sleeves without a trace. His heart calmed down and he heaved a sigh of relief. This time he didn't need to lose face. He also felt slightly ashamed that he had misjudged. The few elders around were all the same. 1 or 2 of them. Their eyes were burning. This little girl didn't seem to have a teacher within Tsang Xingdao. Chapter 475. At this moment, apart from feeling lost, Chu Shui was still at a loss. Did I really block that sword? Looking closely, that Jueyu seemed to be in a bad state? Before this, the sword intense suppression that made it hard for her to even breathe, although it was still there, it wasn't able to bind her at all. She only felt that her body was relaxed and extremely light. The 5-element spiritual energy around her jumped about excitedly. The feeling that she had when she removed the heavy earth talisman and spirit sealing talisman came back for some reason. However, how was that possible? Did she really force back Jueyu, Yuan Fei and the others who couldn't even block a sword? She definitely saw wrongly, it was definitely an illusion. However, she didn't notice that her body had already broken through to the 7th grade of true qi as well as the internal energy and spiritual sense that was in perfect harmony. She was extremely lost and didn't know what to do. Until the spiritual sense of the 5 spiritual beasts behind her started to fluctuate intensely to warn her did Chu Shui come back to her senses. Then, she saw that Jueyu had stopped his body that was retreating, following which he stepped in the air, his body along with his sword pouncing over swiftly. Not only was there no frustration on her face, instead, It was slightly flushed red, like she was extremely excited, her fighting spirit rising high. The black-colored broadsword ripped open the void, once again bringing up a black-colored mist. It didn't have the heaven-swallowing aura from before, but it was more condensed. Destroying everything. Destroying all the dust particles that it came into contact with. Chu Shui was first shocked, following which her pupils constricted, like that of a cat. Following which she didn't even think, pretty much unconsciously slashing out with a sword. 5 Spirit Sword Exploding Flame. A year and a half, she had trained in it thousands of times, pretty much turning it into an instinctive sword stance. At this moment, when she used it, it was exceptionally smooth. The blazing fire golden phoenix behind her opened its wings. A vast phoenix aura instantly suppressed the entire area. Chu Shui's sword intent was also changing, still maintaining the lightness from before. However, it had more of the berserk flames and the noble aura of the king of birds. A layer of flames ignited around his body, and the 5-colored sword also emitted a golden and scarlet flame. Amidst the black sword tide, he went against the momentum and attacked. It was as if a phoenix had descended upon the world. Just as the vast crimson flames collided with the pure black sword mist, the crimson flames suddenly burst forth. The tip of Chu Shui's sword lightly tapped on the broadsword. Instantly there was a sharp cling, as Jiuyu's body explosively retreated once more. This time, Chu Shui didn't stop at all, not giving Jiuyu any chance to catch his breath. Like a shadow, he followed closely behind. The flames on his body slowly subsided. Even more pure white spiritual light enveloped his body. The 5-colored spiritual sword in his hand seemed to have risen by 2 ranks at this moment. The edge of the blade flashed with a chilling light that made one's heart palpitate. Plunder of the 5 Spirits Sword. If one were to describe Chu Shui's previous sword intent as gorgeous and noble with a tinge of tyranny, then this sword intent could be described as magnificent and noble. Then at this moment it was unexcelled in sharpness. The chill gold tiger roared out furiously. The white spiritual light around Chu Shui's body seemed to have transformed into the shape of a white tiger. At this moment, a rune appeared in the eyes of that green-horned tiger. It caused Chu Shui's body to be covered in a layer of green wind. Her body became even faster. Just as Jiuyu waved his sword to block, the trajectory of Chu Shui's sword changed along with it. Lower left 3 inches. She didn't know why she did that, but she had a rough feeling. Stabbing there, it was definitely right. She remembered that young master had said that her intuition was more reliable than her brain. Thus, she didn't hesitate to slash her sword attack over there. Another ear-piercing sword hum, sparks appeared in the air. It still destroyed the entire space. Many finger-thick streaks swept all about. Jiuyu was startled, his body retreating once more. He was still 100 feet away. Before he was able to stabilize himself, Chu Shui's sword slashed down from above. 5 Spirit Sword Dragon descends. Jiuyu's brows furrowed. He didn't panic, slashing horizontally with the broadsword in front of his body. Just as he thought that he had sealed off all of Chu Shui's sword paths, Chu Shui's sword suddenly changed. Only to see the green sword shadow in the air change its trajectory, slashing right at his body. Ding! A light ring once more sounded out 1,000,000 feet in space. The current Jiuyu was unable to stand in the air, forced back by the vast sword attack. He actually fell down abruptly, and he stepped on the ground that was the material barrier of space as he retreated in a sorry state once more. This time, it was another 30 m distance. Chu Shui didn't give up. The red flames around her body that hadn't faded swelled once more. The 2 flame wings behind her spread out, gently flapping as she soared into the air. The red flame sword light brought with it a patch of sudden fire-colored golden feathers. It swept out 100 feet away. 5 Spirit Sword Blazing Feather. Like her body turning into a golden phoenix, the ancient god-beast bloodline in her body was also burning. In her heart, she was extremely excited, but there were no other thoughts. She only followed her instincts to chase and slash out with her sword. At this moment, Jueyu's pupils couldn't help but constrict. In his eyes, the current Chu Shui had pretty much merged into one with heaven and earth. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, especially the five-element spiritual energy, had pretty much abandoned him. They all surrounded the body of this girl, circling around and allowing her to command them. In those autumn water-like eyes, there was no more fear and nervousness from before. His fighting spirit was soaring and contained excitement. It was as if he was enjoying this battle. Jueyu's brows furrowed, following which his mind calmed down. This time he had underestimated this girl. This Xuechu was indeed able to be his opponent, which was why he had to go all out in this battle. The black-colored broadsword suddenly expanded. Thousands of sword shadows exploded out. Many black lightning bolts shot out, clashing with that patch of flame rain, shattering it. In the end, all the dark black sword shadows gathered at one spot, charging towards that blazing flame light. However, just as they clashed, that red flame sword first shrunk and then pulled. Just as the power he gathered at the tip of the sword exploded out, the flame light exploded once more. When the two swords clashed, a large patch of space cracks swept out like a snake. Jueyu's chest felt stuffy, like he was about to spit out blood. The time at which the strength exploded out was different, causing him to be at a disadvantage even though he had the internal energy to suppress her. Using concentration against dispersion, it caused his sword light to suddenly become chaotic, pretty much entering a disorderly state. His body had no choice but to explosively retreat. This fourth sword was 100 feet away. Around his body, several streaks of flame rain seeped in, instantly burning much of his hair and clothes. A preposterous feeling rose up in his heart, like all his weaknesses couldn't be hidden from the eyes of this girl. Even some sword technique weaknesses that he didn't notice couldn't escape her sharp senses. However, how was that possible? What a joke! Since young he was seen as a sword technique genius, spending 23 years studying sword path theories. During these 2 years, he challenged the 10 shrines, 19 spiritual houses, as well as all the recognized sections. He challenged pretty much all the younger generation experts in the cloud world, fighting 174 battles. He felt that his sword techniques would be in the top 3 amongst his generation. His combat experience was also unique. However, the girl in front of him was just 16. Where did such deep martial path cultivation come from to be able to break his great extinction sword? Chu Shui didn't have time to bother about what he was thinking. When the flame rain dissipated, another sword struck. Her body was covered in a blue watery glow, but it didn't clash with the flames. Instead, it caused the water to boil, giving off numerous white mist. The fire wings behind Chu Shui's back also turned into aqua-blue wings. The long sword waved, bringing with it numerous boiling currents as it charged forwards. 5 spirit sword quicksilver. It was really like quicksilver spilling onto the ground. Be it that sword shadow or that water liquid, they both spread all over the space. Like needles piercing through holes, it charged into the black-colored sword wave of Jueyu, giving out a series of clanging sounds. Each time the sound of the 2 swords clashing rang out, Jueyu would take a step back. When this water-light sword attack slowly ended, Jueyu had already retreated 100 feet out. His expression was dark and sunken. On that devilishly handsome face, there were a few more blood wounds. At this moment, the entire space, all the 10,000 people were deathly silent. Pretty much everyone held their breaths, afraid that they would disturb this exciting sword battle. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Chu Shui had only slashed out 5 swords. Each time Jueyu received one, he would retreat 100 feet. The sword prince, who was famous in the cloud world and pretty much undefeatable, seemed to be in a bad state at this moment, struggling left and right. Was this undefeatable legend of challenging 10 shrines and 19 spiritual houses going to end in the hands of this girl today? This girl, at such a young age, how could she have such a high-level sword technique that even suppressed Jueyu? Suchin, who was in the distance, was also at a loss, looking at the battlefield in confusion. Thinking about it, Suchin couldn't help but open his mouth. How weird! I see that pretty much every sword of this girl landed on the weaknesses of Jueyu. The strength of her sword technique is no weaker than that of brother Zhongsho. Looking at her sword path, it was obviously really slow at the start, and then it would suddenly change along with the situation. She actually took the path of attacking after the enemy. How weird! He had seen Zhongsho's sword technique. It was basically attacking first, predicting the sword path of the enemy. Or rather, he was forcing the enemy to do what he wanted. Lei Dong was also at a loss. He had seen Chu Shui before. This brat's comprehension was not only not high, but she was also a little muddle-headed. Did he see the wrong person? This little girl called Xuechu wasn't Chu Shui? Looking closely, that sword path was indeed really slow, lacking in changes, but it also had a kind of spirituality that normal people couldn't compare to. At the same time, in the building, Hanfang suddenly stood up, taking a step forwards to the outside of the railing. His hands trembled slightly, and after a long while he heaved a sigh of relief. Does this brat have the combat martial body? Chapter 476. At the same time, in the building, Hanfang suddenly stood up and took a step forward, arriving outside the railing. His hands trembled slightly. After a long while he heaved a sigh of relief. Does this brat have the combat martial body? Zhongsho's eyes smiled as he sat on the rocking chair, leisurely rocking about. Pretty much. I noticed 3 years ago. Unfortunately, junior brother is useless and doesn't know how to train her. Till today she has just reached the middle stage. Kiki. That day I said senior brother that you will regret. Scoff. Cultivators like us focus on a perfect Tao heart, no regrets when we place our chess pieces. Since we have already missed it, then there is nothing to regret. Although that was what he said, his tone carried a hint of indifference, as if he was detached from the world. Hanfang's stomach was filled with regret, his heart pained. Nothing was more painful than this time. In this life, he had done numerous stupid things. However, he felt that none of them could be compared to today. Spirit-trained Tiger Bones, dual cultivator. Within Tsang Xingdao Palace, her talents could only be considered above average. Even if she merged spirit and martial arts, it only caused Chu Shui's strength to be much stronger than people of the same grade. She could even fight against people of a higher grade. However, if she didn't have enough martial path and spiritual cultivation talent, in the end she would only be slightly stronger than others. Like a dumb giant holding a giant hammer but not knowing how to use it. Thinking about it, there was nothing to be afraid of. However, at this moment, this combat martial body caused Chu Shui to have the ability to go up against that sword Prince Juyu. Her strong fighting instincts could allow her to go up against him in sword techniques even if she didn't grasp sword theories. And these 5 spirit god beasts made up for her last weakness. After grasping spiritual cultivation, she wouldn't be taken advantage of by others. Zhongsho scoffed coldly, thinking to himself that you are still acting. Continue acting. However, thinking about it carefully, he decided not to continue provoking this old man. While senior brother Han wasn't paying attention, he sneakily kept the 3 spiritual fruits on the table into his sleeves. This good thing, I can steal it back for Ruoshui and Chu Shui to try. And Zhong Yuan, that guy was just a side trip. Then, he thought about how he should reward Shui Air with something decent for her return. Then, he took 2 more. There were only 8 red jade spirit containing fruit. At this moment, there were only 2 left on the plate. Zhongsho rolled his eyes and decided to go all the way. He put all the spiritual fruits and the bottle of 100 spirits nectar into his Qiankuan bag. At this moment, Han Feng seemed to have come back to his senses. His face revealed a look of enlightenment. How wonderful! With the Qilin as the foundation, it bore the soul power consumption of the other 4 protector beasts. The 5 divine beasts just so happened to belong to the 5 elements. They circulated and resonated, making them close to natural protector beasts. Not only could it protect her, but it could also help her comprehend heaven and earth, the profound laws of spirit techniques, and grasp the divine beast sword intent. From now on, your soul remembrance cultivation will no longer be obstructed. As he spoke, Han Feng turned his head around. The first thing he saw was the empty disc and the bottle of 100 spirit jade liquid that had disappeared. The corner of his eyes couldn't help but twitch slightly as he secretly cursed the little brat. However, he acted like he didn't see anything. His voice turned cold as he said, "I am only curious, how did you do it?" Zhong Shou smiled, his finger drawing in the air. Threads of soul power gathered in front of him. It was the rough form of a spiritual formation. Although it was just a rough drawing, a rough framework. Han Feng's eyes lit up. So that's the case. This spiritual formation created by a descendant wasn't much to him. There wasn't anything profound about it. What was lacking was just a layer of window paper. As long as he poked through it, naturally he would be able to understand it. His first thought was that if all the disciples of Tsang Xingdao could use similar spiritual formations to recruit protector beasts, wouldn't their strength greatly increase? Then, he felt helpless. 5 god beast subspecies grade spirit beasts weren't something that everyone could collect. If it was normal beasts, the effects would greatly decrease and there wouldn't be much of a benefit. The ones who could benefit would be the true core of the sect. However, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still a piece of meat. Han Feng's eyes squinted. If you are willing to give this technique to the sect, you can exchange it for 300,000 merit points. Only then did he remember that this spiritual formation came from Zhong Shou. Be it within the cloud world or other worlds, there weren't any similar technique. Did this fellow create it single-handedly? Thinking about Zhong Shou's age, this was a little shocking. Zhong Shou didn't agree or disagree, laughing out loud. 300,000 won't work, at least 2 million merit points. If 5 spirits can't, then 4 divisions. If 4 divisions can't, then 3 talents. If 3 talents still can't, then 2 powers. Only the price would be slightly higher. Han Feng scoffed coldly. This fellow was really asking for too much. The doubts in his heart were totally solved. No matter how talented Zhong Shou was, he shouldn't have been able to perfect this technique to such an extent in such a short time. It was most probably because this fellow was lucky. Who knows where he got this ancient technique from? He was lazy to bother about Zhong Shou, looking down calmly. His heart was twitching in pain, filled with regret and hatred. Just as they were speaking, Chu Shui had already stabbed out over 10 swords. Pretty much each sword caused Jueyu to retreat in a haggard manner. However, the distance was slowly expanding, 100 feet, 110 feet, 120 feet. The silence that had been maintained for a full 7 minutes was gradually broken. The clamor of discussion once again rose with a loud bang. This is already the 29th sword. Initial grade 7 realm to be able to force Sword Prince Jueyu to such a state. 29 swords to retreat 317 feet. If this matter was spread out, who would believe it? Apart from Tanqiu, there is actually such a person within Tsang Xingdao. Spirit and martial arts merging, exquisite sword technique, this is really surprising. This woman is really shocking. In front of her was Shui Lingbo and Fangwen. Behind her was Tanqiu and Xuechu. This Tsang Xingdao probably won't have to worry about not having a successor within these 10,000 years. I am only curious why this Xuechu's sword path doesn't seem to predict the enemy first. Instead, after the sword was out, it changed according to the situation. All the Song Xingdao disciples were so excited that their faces flushed red. The dejection from before had all disappeared. Within our Song Xingdao there is actually such a person? As expected from someone, the sect made an exception to take in as a third-generation disciple. She is much better than us. I was still finding it weird why the sect would arrange for Xuechu to be the back. So it was because we were too shallow. Palace Head must have expected that this third-generation great senior master was on the verge of breaking through. Her sword technique is strong, spirit and martial arts merging. Why can't she fight Juyu? She is indeed much stronger than Yuanfei and the other trash. Grade 7 peak, and she couldn't even take one sword from him. This sword Prince Juyu is really arrogant. Does he really think that our Song Xingdao has no one? To be able to force Juyu to such a state with just grade 7 strength, although she lost, it is an honor. Palace Head and all of you are wise. Our Song Xingdao in these few years is really filled with talents. Fan Wen listened on from above, his heart feeling a little weak, silently wiping away his cold sweat. He suggested to let Chu Shui fight, but it had nothing to do with him. It was all the doing of that person who had risen to 16th in the Mysterious Life Golden Book. He really didn't see through the matter. Ashamed. The few common people palace elders beside all had weird expressions on their faces, slightly awkward. However, they were much more shrewd and thicker than Fangwen. Their faces were also thicker. They acted like nothing had happened, smiling like they were enjoying the praises of the disciples. They totally forgot that not long ago in the main hall of the palace, the few of them were fighting to scold one another. The way they interacted with one another had totally changed. Senior Master Zong's eyes are really good. I knew that he wouldn't mess around. He definitely has his reasons. When I saw this Shui, I felt that she was filled with spiritual energy. She was really intelligent and her sword technique was exquisite. She also had the earth-sinking spirit sealing talisman, and she definitely worked really hard. Today it seems like that was the case. It was as I expected. So Senior Brother Li also saw through it? Great minds think alike. This time we finally have an answer to the sect. Fan Wen couldn't help but scold in his heart. Senior brothers and junior nieces, can you all be more shameless? At this moment, he also felt that Chu Shui's sword technique wasn't right. Attacking after the enemy, suppressing Juyu, she relied more on the sword path changes in the later stages. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of a reason. Coincidentally at this moment, suddenly a shocked exclamation sounded out, shaking the entire place. Palace Head Fangwen, does this disciple of yours have the legendary combat martial body? When the words combat martial body entered his ears, Fangwen felt as if he was enlightened. All of his doubts were solved. Why didn't he think of that? Weren't these various abnormalities the characteristics of the combat martial body? Looking out, only to see that the person who asked was Knife Lord Li Wuhui. Fangwen's lips curled up, following which he shook his head and smiled in a profound manner. I can't say it. He didn't confirm this matter. If he admitted it and guessed wrongly in the future, wouldn't he lose all his face? At this moment, he could only pretend to be profound. Fang Wen's answer was vague, but the people below only took it as a semi-public admission. That buzzing sound once again fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, stunned and speechless. Combat martial body. In ancient legends, one's intuition was shocking and was naturally good at fighting. Even if one didn't train in martial arts, one could still climb to the peak of the martial path, the body of a grandmaster. It was said that this peak intuition, unless one's martial path had broken through the mysteries of the god realm, only then would one be able to go up against it. This Xuechu, apart from spirit and martial arts merging into one, actually had such an ability. At this moment, Yuanfei's face was ashen white, only feeling his scalp go numb. Before this, he felt a little embarrassed that the dumb brat that he looked down on actually had the ability to fight Jueyu and suppress him. Only now did he realize what kind of person he had offended. Spirit and martial arts merging into one, combat martial body. Even within the sect, no matter how they treated everyone equally. If they wanted the sect to prosper, the future resources would need to lean towards this girl, and they would definitely love and protect her. It seemed like this Xuechu was also one of Tan Qiu's maidservants. Chapter 477. Intuition Intermediate Grade. So that's the case. Chu Shui Xuechu, it's most probably her. Lei Dong looked into the distance, his eyes filled with an enlightened expression. His expression was really complicated. When he first saw that brat, he only felt that this tiger-cat race girl was dumb and cute, really pure and innocent. She was really loyal to Zhongshou. Apart from that, he didn't feel anything else. At that time, who would have thought that it was this girl who would shock everyone present with her sword today? Spirit and martial arts merging, combat martial body. In less than a day, all the sects and factions would remember this name. Suchin's gaze was a little weird. Song Xingdao's generation really has many talents. To be able to block 30 swords from Jueyu and gain the advantage, this was already the top expert in the cloud world. One must know that that sword prince could even win a portion of grade 9 experts. Lei Dong was speechless, thinking that this time their Kenzo sect had really made a losing deal. Zhongshou Chu Shui, wasn't this buy one get one free? He thought back to Zhong Yuan, no, it should be buy one get two free. He only hoped that the junior brother who was cultivating in the 10,000 sword vast habitat wouldn't disappoint him. In the distance, a sword light rang out, messing up Lei Dong's thoughts. Only to see the situation change once more. Jueyu had coincidentally blocked Chu Shui's attack. That red flame covered the sky, but this time Jueyu was only forced back 120 feet. Along with the two balls of sword shadows intersecting and changing, Jueyu was forced back less and less. 120 feet, 110 feet, 100 feet. Suchin's brows furrowed slightly. It seems like he has stabilized his footing. Lei Dong nodded his head. The person in the distance seemed to know. No matter how indiscernible and indiscernible his sword technique was, against Chu Shui's intuition, it was totally useless. He decided to change his style from before, simple and direct, going all out. His sword speed also increased by close to double. Although he was still bitterly blocking, he was able to easily deal with it. His footsteps became even steadier, and the black fog sword tide began to expand once more. However, after 100 feet, Jueyu was unable to take even a single step back. Chu Shui's swordsmanship was also improving. Her first sword move, which was as agile and elegant as an otherworldly fairy, seemed to have been integrated into her swordsmanship. He was incomparably nimble, and his sword style was no longer rigid. Instead, it was free and easy. Almost every sword strike contained a spirituality that caused one's heartstrings to tremble. The path of the sword also became increasingly difficult to sidestep, unable to increase, and difficult to find the trajectory. What was even more shocking was that this sword intent did not conflict with the sword intents of the other 4 divine beasts that she had mastered except for the Qilin. Looking at the extremely nimble, yet incomparably resplendent sword light, in Lei Dong's mind, a sentence suddenly appeared. Those who are good at attacking can move above the 9 heavens. There was no trace to be found, no trace to be found. What a great illusory spirit sword intent! It can be said to be a match made in heaven with Xuechu. Sweeping around, he saw that the many spectators all had different expressions on their faces. A large portion of them were extremely ugly. Song Xingdao's enemies were spread all over the cloud world. To many people, every time Song Xingdao had a talent like Shui Lingbo and Fangwen, it was a piece of extremely bad news. That meant that this common people's demon sect that went against the orthodox path would be as stable as Mount Tai in the next few thousand years, unable to be shaken. Hey! This little girl's luck is so good that it is perverted. All of a sudden, a sigh entered his ears. Suchen and Lei Dong were reminded by that person. Their hearts moved slightly as they looked carefully at the battlefield once more, following which their eyes were filled with shock. As expected from that person, Chu Shue's luck was unexpectedly good. Every time the two swords clashed, the space cracks that appeared wouldn't be in the direction of Chu Shue. Like it had its own consciousness, it would try its best to avoid Chu Shue's body and not affect her sword path and attack. Each time she attacked, the ratio of heaven and earth spiritual energy around would be just right, such that Chu Shue could easily control it and gather enough 5-element spiritual energy. It caused each sword of hers to reach its optimal state. 100% sword strength would always be 120% power. If it was luck, then it was okay. One could only say that this brat's luck was just too good. However, if she purposely controlled it, then it was a little terrifying. At this moment, Chu Shue seemed to have entered a really mysterious state. Like she was comprehending something, but also like she was flying. Her eyes were at a loss, totally unfocused. However, each sword that stabbed out would increase in spiritual energy, and the angle would also become more tricky. When it changed halfway, it was even harder to predict, directly attacking the weak points and becoming more and more poisonous. Each sword was stronger than the last, unable to be blocked at all. Su Chen's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Luckily, at this moment, Chu Shue's opponent was Sword Prince Jui. If it was him, he would at most be able to block 10 swords from this girl. He slowly entered a trance. The excitement of this battle was really surprising. The amount he gained had already exceeded the amount he gained when Jueyu challenged the other 5 shrines and sections. This time when he returned, if he could calm down and comprehend, his sword technique attainments would increase greatly. Counting in his heart, when it reached the 145th number, Su Chen suddenly came to his senses. He heard that the sword-ringing sound was totally different from before, it was even sharper and sharper. Be it the 5-element spiritual sword or the black-colored broadsword in Jueyu's hand, they were all ringing out. 145th sword, retreat 16,000 feet. Just entering grade 7, she actually forced that sword prince whose name shook the cloud world and was pretty much invincible to retreat close to 10 miles. At this moment, everyone was silent. Apart from the sound of the two swords clashing, there was no other sound. One could even hear a pin drop. Even the person with the lowest cultivation level among the crowd realized that the most crucial moment had arrived. Jueyu actually stood still on the spot, not moving at all. That black-colored sword light exploded out at that moment. Thousands of sword shadows were like a flood, bringing along the black flood. It forcefully slashed apart the stable space within 1,000 feet, cracks were everywhere. Many giant python-like black cracks swam all about. The black flood swept back, thousands of sword shadows, pretty much swallowing Chu Shue who was tens of feet away. At this moment, Chu Shue was also stimulated by the sword shadows. The focus in her eyes slowly recovered, like she had awoken from that state of comprehension. However, in the next instance, her eyes rose up once more, like how it was at the start of the first sword. The aura of the 5 spirit beast protector beasts behind her also changed. They all retracted slightly, returning to an equilibrium state, following which they merged into one. Many runes and golden lines flashed between the 5 spirit beasts. It caused Chu Shue's body to be covered in a layer of light. The wings that formed behind her back also showed green, red, white, black and yellow spiritual light, giving off a really layered feeling. Chu Shue's sword slashed out once more at this moment. 5 spirit sword beast combination. The hardest sword of the 5 spirit sword technique that Zhong Shou taught her. Chu Shue had never truly grasped this sword. However, at this moment, she was able to easily display it. When this sword slashed down, it was like the Milky Way was descending, bringing with it a sky full of 5-colored light. It was eye-catching and eye-catching, like it was forcefully slashing open heaven and earth. The wave of swords in front of him was also cut into 2 pieces without any suspense. Following which, with a "king," the originally stable time barrier was collapsing. Jueyu also stumbled back. This time, he seemed to have used up all his strength, unable to stop his footstep. Only when he was 1,000 feet out did he stop once more. His expression was dark and ugly. The black broadsword in his hand also had a hole cut open. His body also had tens of scratches. However, Chu Shui surprisingly didn't chase after him. When the space storm slowly calmed down, everyone looked over. Only then did they notice that Chu Shui was standing on the spot, panting slightly, her face ashen white. The 5 spirit god beasts behind her were also dispirited and listless. So she had used up all her strength. This girl still lost in the end. The moment such a thought rose up, everyone came to their senses. Along with that sword just now, Chu Shui and Jueyu had already fought for 146 rounds, pretty much having a suppressive advantage, 146 swords forcing Jueyu to retreat 17,000 feet. Even when she slashed out at the end, it caused Jueyu to be in a disadvantage that he had never been in before. In the end, because she used up all her strength and didn't have any more strength to continue fighting, she lost. However, if Chu Shui's cultivation was a little higher, they were both grade 8 realm, so what? Would she be able to defeat Sword Prince Jueyu? At this moment, most of the 10,000 people here were filled with emotions. Some of the powerhouses were also carefully replaying the previous sword strike in their minds. How strong! It wasn't as ethereal and elegant as the first sword, but it pretty much merged the 5 god beast sword intents into one. Power who used that sword directly climbed to grade 9 realm to be able to slash apart Jueyu's great extinction sword and force him to retreat. Although this girl lost in this battle, it was an honorable defeat. Just based on the start and end of the sword art, there was a place for her under the stars. Apart from the 6 pinnacle swords, there would be one more person. A new star would rise up in the cloud world. Chu Shui's eyes were at a loss, trying her best to resist the deep exhaustion in her body. Looking at Jueyu, who was covered in blood, her expression was startled. After a long while, he finally understood what had happened from the memory fragments not long ago. She actually did it. Not only did she block Jueyu's first sword, she also counterattacked, forcing him to have no way to fight back. She lost in the 146th sword. Compared to Yuan Fei and the others added together, she was 10 times stronger. Was this really her? Could it be a dream? She secretly pinched her thigh. Chu Shui instantly felt a pain. The pain was real, it was most probably real. Her heart was filled with regret that she wasn't able to grab the chance to totally defeat Ju. Following which her emotions surged. This was Sword Prince Jueyu, second of the 3 pinnacle swords that shocked the cloud world. Her strength could already be compared to him? She felt her nose sour and was about to cry out. She also didn't know what she was feeling at this moment. It was tears of joy, excitement, gratitude, and disbelief, all mixed together. Chapter 478. Jueyu didn't attack anymore. He casually tossed the black broadsword in his hand to the side without any reluctance. He had nurtured this sword for a long time, but at this moment it was pretty much destroyed. It looked like there was only a small chip on the blade, but within the sword body, there were many hidden injuries. He had always used the Great Extinction Sword to destroy other people's weapons. He didn't expect that there would be a day when his spiritual weapon would be destroyed. Following which he squinted his eyes and sized up Chu Shui, like he was getting to know this innocent girl for the first time. Common people's path really has many talents, as expected. Jueyu has learned, in this battle I seem to have won but I have lost. Standing on the spot, Jueyu's expression was calm like he didn't look like a loser. No matter how much people hated him, they had to admit that this sword prince's aura was indeed majestic. I just don't know who taught you your first sword, Miss Snow? In the past, Jueyu had never seen or heard of such a thing. I didn't know that Song Xingdao had such a sword technique. Chu Shui exclaimed and finally came back to her senses. This was the first time she was called Little Miss by someone, so she wasn't used to it. Tens of thousands of gazes were focused on her, making her feel slightly uneasy. She didn't think much about it, replying in a daze, "My young masters." The moment she said that, everyone's heartstrings moved. The one who trained this girl to such a realm wasn't those famous elders of Song Xingdao, but that Tan Qiu, speaking of which, this Xuechu seemed to be his maidservant. If a maidservant was like that, then what about her master? Before this, their impression of Tan Qiu was only in Black Spirit Canyon, using 800 common people mysterious dragon warriors to defeat the Purple Cloud Sword Cavalry. In the end, using Grade 6 to defeat Grade 7, 201 swords to defeat Tailing Sex Jilingzi. The first 200 swords to defend, the last to attack, 1 sword to defeat. Hence he was famous in the world. However, at this moment, with the snow as a foil, the impression of Tan Qiu in everyone's hearts suddenly became somewhat unfathomable and blurred. Tan Qiu? Jueyu's brows twitched, his expression returning to normal, like an antelope hanging its horn, and also like an immortal from beyond the heavens. If it weren't for this sword, Miss Xuechu might not have been able to break through to the 7th rank so smoothly. Then, was the sword technique at the back also taught by your young master? Chu Shui finally came to her senses. It seemed that it was better for others not to know about these things. He shook his head decisively. I'm not telling you. Jueyu smiled. Looking at Chu Shui's expression, one could confirm it. He looked once more at Fong Wen and the space above. Palace Head Fong, this time I, Jueyu, came for your sect Tan Qiu. The letter of challenge had already been issued, so why did he reject it? Could it be that your sect's first seat Tan is afraid to fight? The people around were startled when they heard that, following which their expressions became weird. Since Tan Qiu could teach Chu Shui single-handedly, no one doubted Tan Qiu's sword path attainments. At this moment, no one would think that Tan Qiu was afraid to fight. They also knew that Jueyu's words were just to provoke Song Xingdao to agree. However, at this moment, be it Song Xingdao's disciples or those spectators, their eyes were filled with anticipation, quietly waiting for Fong Wen's reply. They all wanted to see the glory of this common people palace first seat. Amongst which, Knife Lord Li Wuhui and the others had sharp eyes as they stared at Fangwen. The battle between Chu Shui and Jueyu was indeed exciting. However, the former relied more on instinct. The latter was caught off guard and lost the initiative, unable to turn the situation around. This was why it couldn't be considered a peak martial path battle. If Tan Qiu could fight for the first time, then his trip to the common people's vast habitat was worth it. Chu Shui didn't feel anything, furious. My young master isn't afraid to fight. Thinking about it, she couldn't give a convincing explanation. She could only find a random reason. He doesn't like you. With your ability, you can't even beat me. My young master won't compete with you. At the start, her tone was a little hesitant, but towards the end, she was really confident. Jueyu shook his head, waving his sleeves. Miss Xuechu, this is a matter between me and your young master. The common people palace head and your young master will make the decision. It has nothing to do with you. Chu Shui held her breath. Just as she was about to say something, Fan Wen suddenly spoke up. However, Fan Wen suddenly said, Junior Sister Shui, you can come back now. Chu Shui was helpless and could only reluctantly say, oh. However, just as he turned around, he saw that countless gazes were focused on him. Some were grateful, some were envious, some were shocked, some were happy. Chu Shui was first at a loss. following which her face flushed red. She was a little embarrassed but also a little gleeful. Hesitating for a moment, she acted like she didn't see anything and walked forwards. She learned from Zhong Shou, expressionless like she didn't care at all as she walked back. Suddenly, she understood what Zhong Shou's words meant by handsome, cool, those weird words. Her heart was floating, her mind not focused at all. Chu Shui suddenly felt a chaotic spiritual energy flow explode beneath her feet. It was like the ripples from the sword battle just now hadn't calmed down. She didn't step firmly, and then her entire body fell forward onto the ground. In that instant, the entire place was silent. Chu Shui's eyes instantly felt warm, her eyes filled with tears as she looked into the sky. She was about to cry, nearly crying out loud, thinking to herself, "Young master, you said that unlucky things would happen 6 hours later. You came to lie to Shui again. This is so embarrassing, how can a girl live?" Fan Wen was in the sky, his lips twitching. After a short while, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. His expression was solemn as he looked below without any change in his expression. "Young Master Ju, although you have sent the challenge letter, whether or not Junior Brother Tan will accept it is up to me, Song Xingdao and Junior Brother Tan. It isn't up to you. Today's battle has ended and I, Song Xingdao, have done nothing wrong. If you want to train your sword skills, you can go to other sects to challenge them, you can leave." When Jueyu heard that, his brows furrowed slightly, following which he smiled. "With my personality, everything else is good. However, there are only 2 things that people criticize me for. One is sword maniac, and the other is stubborn. Once I decide on something, I won't give up halfway. Even if Song Xingdao and First Seat Tan don't agree, I will wait here. I will wait until you agree." After he finished, he stood on the spot. He closed his eyes, not saying anything, not moving at all. Fangwen's eyes constricted, following which he laughed coldly. "Since you want to wait here, then up to you." After saying that, he was lazy to talk nonsense with this Jueyu. Waving his sleeves, he walked back to Song Xingdao Palace. At this moment within the building, Hanfang smiled as he stood up from the rocking chair. "Junior Brother Zong, are you interested in fighting with this Jueyu?" Zhong Shou knew that this old man would ask that, curling his lips. "Isn't the sect afraid that I will embarrass myself? No worries." Hanfang replied decisively, waving his sleeves magnanimously. "With Chu Shui's battle before, I'd Song Xingdao have nothing to be afraid of. Even if he lost, with Chu Shui's battle just now, no one in the world would dare to underestimate Song Xingdao. At most, they would find it weird why a talent like Xuechu would lower herself to Tan Qiu to be his protector. Let's not. Let him wait." Zhong Shou laughed, thinking to himself that this was a classic example of kicking someone to the curb after crossing the river. Drinking water and forgetting about the person who dug the well, how heartless and heartless. "It is because Chu Shui is in front that I don't dare to attack. If I am not as good as Shui, where will my face go?" Zhong Shou mocked himself, but it was obvious that he didn't care much. At this moment, Hanfang asked casually, "Since you know that you are not as good as your own maidservant, then why are you still studying Dharma?" "Oh right, a few days ago on the mysterious Golden Life book, Junior Brother's ranking rose by 1. Did Junior Brother's cultivation change recently?" Zhong Shou was stunned. He didn't know about that, following which he said vaguely, "There was a change, Senior Brother will know in the future." When he said that, he stood up and walked out of the building. "Remember, 3 million merit points. Not a single point less." The corner of Hanfang's eyes twitched. Then, Zhong Shou seemed to have thought about something, suddenly turning his head. "Oh right. Senior Brother, I forgot that I still have a tail of snow leaf tips. Senior Brother won't go back on your words, right?" Hanfang was instantly furious, grabbing a teacup at the side and throwing it towards the door, scolding, "Scram! This fellow stole an entire bottle of spiritual wine and 7 red jade spirit containing fruit. He actually had the face to ask him for snow leaf tip. Preposterous. Zhong Shou laughed, not feeling disappointed, turning around and stepping out of the building. He used spells to cover his face. At this moment, most of the Tsang Xingdao disciples were still standing on the spot, immersed in the intense battle just now. No one noticed him, which was why he silently walked into the common people's vast habitat. There were already many people who returned to the vast habitat, forming groups of 3 to 5 as they discussed. Zhong Shou didn't listen carefully, but these people didn't bother to hide what they were talking about. Those voices naturally drilled into his ears. What a waste! This time First Seat Tan isn't willing to fight, if not he would definitely defeat Juyu. In the past, great senior master Xuechu seemed really dumb. Who knew that she was so amazing? Combat, martial body, spirit and martial arts merging into one, how enviable. This battle is enough to wipe out that Jueyu's arrogance. To have such a servant, one can imagine the master. Who knows when I will be able to see First Seat Tan's sword technique. Zhong Shou's lips curled up, he was in a good mood. However, there were some discordant voices within. That Juyu said that Tan Qiu was afraid to fight, that might make sense. Speaking of which, this First Seat's cultivation hasn't broken through in over a year. Before today, who would know about Xuechu's talent? Spirit and martial arts merging into one, combat martial body, this is a gift from the heavens. To say that Tan Qiu taught her. Isn't that overestimating him? That Juyu has already sealed his own internal energy, what does First Seat Tan have to worry about? Even if he loses. If he can be like Xuechu, even if he loses, it would be a glorious loss. Zhong Shou rubbed his brows, breaking out into a laugh. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them and walked towards First Courtyard A. Chapter 479. Returning to the courtyard, Zhong Shou left the spiritual fruits and wine in the main hall. Then, he walked into his quiet room alone. Only to see that this small 400 feet space had totally turned into a light and dark world. The dark side didn't even have a bit of light. The other half of the light was blindingly white. The 2 spiritual pearls which had turned into the rough embryos of the black and white holes were unable to be seen. Even if he spread out his spiritual sense, half of it was rejected and the other half was absorbed, unable to get rid of it. Luckily, at this moment, the blazing glass and extreme dark chill energy pearls had already connected with him. He had already refined it to the point where their minds were connected to each other. They could sense each other from several kilometers away. He could also clearly feel that a spiritual bridge had been built between the 2 embryos of the black and white holes. The extreme dark chill energy pearl wasn't only able to store the spiritual energy it absorbed into the depths of the pearl. The blazing glass pearl also didn't need to burn its source. Between the 2 of them, a cycle was formed, endless and endless. Looking forward, Zhong Shou hesitated slightly. If he stepped in, he would either be at the grade 7 realm, borrowing the strength of external items to directly form the Dharma, or his foundations would be destroyed, his soul ocean would be wasted, and even his life would be in danger. There was only a 30% chance of success. Frowning and deep in thought, a moment later Zhong Shou laughed coldly. He stepped forwards and sat down at the intersection of the black and white light. A few spells were formed, and Zhong Shou also said, "Retract." Instantly, the black and white spiritual light which couldn't be seen with the naked eye suddenly covered him. It directly charged in from his god cloud body and merged into the depths of his soul. Zhong Shou's face instantly turned green. He only felt that half of his brain was ice cold and the other half was burning hot. It was about to cause his soul to instantly collapse. Without hesitation, Zhong Shou reached out with his hand and a glass jade bottle appeared in his hand. A few drops of jade-white spiritual liquid flew out. It was the magnificent spirit jade marrow that Long Ying had asked for from Lingyun's sect for him. These drops of spiritual liquid also entered the space between his eyebrows, following which the entire soul relaxed. His thoughts, which had almost stopped, became active again. The two soul sea whirlpools that were on the verge of collapse began to rotate again. Zhong Shou's mind was pure as he went all out to control the two black and white spiritual pearls. One up and one down, they entered the center of the soul sea whirlpool. Then, with a boom, the two whirlpools suddenly exploded. However, just as they were about to be destroyed, all of his soul power started to revolve around the blazing glass pearls and the extreme dark frost origin pearls. His soul sea was rebuilt, but one side was dark and deep while the other side was bright and dazzling. After a long time, the situation in his soul had completely stabilized. Zhong Shou let out a sigh of relief, knowing that the first step had been completed. However, he did not let his guard down. Breaking through to the 7th level and forming the Dharma power was only the beginning. The most dangerous stage was still far from here. 7 days later, within the common people's vast habitat, within the main hall of the palace, Fan Wen frowned as he looked forward. It was a cloud-light illusionary scene one could see outside of the vast habitat, within that wide space fissure. A large number of cultivators were gathered here. With a rough count, there were a total of 4,300 of them. Pretty much all of their cultivations were at least grade 6 and above. There were also 400 grade 7 and above experts. Factionless cultivators took up a quarter, the rest were cultivators from the various sects of the cloud world. This Juyu really gives me a headache. Fan Wen felt his head hurt, it was really painful. Around him, a few of the academy elders were frowning as well. They seemed to be worried as well. It is okay for these people to gather here. I am afraid that there are people with bad intentions who want to harm me, Song Xingdao. I need to think of a way to solve it. Fan Wen looked towards the person who spoke, only to see a 20-year-old girl looking at the illusionary image in the center with a worried expression. This was a spirit realm expert who was also an elder of Taiyuan sect. In recent years, due to cultivating a technique, he needed to rebuild his foundations. This was why he returned to the cloud world to seek protection from the sect. However, due to his cultivation being too strong, he could only stay within the vast habitat and take up the role of palace elder. The cloud world's spiritual wave was low. Even grade 8 cultivators and spirit masters couldn't stay outside for too long. If one was unable to find a suitable cultivation land, it would harm one's foundations. This was why those shrines, spiritual houses and spiritual mountains were so important and were seen as the foundations of sections. If one didn't have a spiritual land to cultivate, not to mention improving one's cultivation, even maintaining one's realm would be tough. This Jueyu's background is extraordinary, we can't forcefully chase him away, scoff. Even if he has a saint realm end realm behind him. Why do I, Song Xingdao, need to fear him? The rise of the spiritual wave will also be a time of huge battles. The sects won't stop and I, Song Xingdao, will be dragged into it and won't be able to break free. If we have no choice, we shouldn't make enemies. This is a strategy to appease. I am ashamed of your words. Song Xingdao has been hated by everyone for 10,000 years, enemies on all sides. Who has he feared? This method is indeed inappropriate. However, forcefully chasing Jueyu away is the last resort. In my opinion, we should let Zhong Shou have a battle with him. However, if Senior Master isn't willing, what can we do? Fan Wen rubbed his brows and turned around to look at Hanfang. Since the battle between Chuxue and Jueyu, his Senior Master had been frowning and frowning. At this moment, his face was dark and sunken, his hand holding a golden message talisman that he received not long ago, like he was thinking about something. Seemingly feeling Fang Wen's gaze, Hanfang came back to his senses and laughed bitterly. It's the two senior masters Xianjing and Xianxian who are talking about Chu Shui. The entire main hall of the palace was instantly silent. Everyone lowered their heads and looked down. Lin Xianjing, Lin Suan, one was the ancestor of Taiyuan sect, the other was the ancestor of Seven Spirits sect. In the past, she was Shi Zi's confidant. At this moment, she was also one of the two first-generation ancestors in Tsang Xingdao. Hanfang, on the other hand, coldly glanced at the group of academy elders. He naturally knew who among these people was the one who leaked the news. He said, "They said that within a few years, they will return to the cloud world to observe the juniors. It is rare for the two senior masters to return. We need to welcome them well and not disappoint them. This is also a rare opportunity for the new disciple of Tsang Xingdao." Fan Wen was even more conflicted. One Jueyu was enough to give him a headache. He still hadn't solved it. Why did these two senior masters pop out? He wanted to immediately give up his position as the palace head. Even if he gave it to that unreliable fairy Lingbo, it was okay. Just as he was thinking about that, Fan Wen was shocked as he looked outside of the hall. Following which he stood up and walked out like a dragon or tiger. It is snowing. Looking up into the sky, he saw that there was an endless amount of rolling dark clouds gathering in the horizon. Snowflakes were slowly drifting down. Hanfang and the others all stepped into the main hall of the palace, following which they looked at the sky in shock. What is going on? Why is it snowing within the vast habitat? Did someone cast a spell within the vast habitat? The few elders all exchanged glances with one another, their faces filled with weird expressions. Although this vast habitat simulated the setting of the sun and moon, the changing of day and night. However, this wasn't the real world. The 4 seasons were like spring from start to end, there were no changes to the seasons and it definitely wouldn't snow. What was going on? That was unbelievable. Not only is it snowing, do you all feel the changes in the heaven and earth spiritual energy? Oh. It has all stopped. Pretty much all the heaven and earth spiritual energy didn't flow at all, appearing really stiff and lifeless. It was as if he had been completely frozen by an indescribable force. Hanfang's expression sunk slightly. He had never seen such a scene before. He swept around with his spiritual sense but still didn't know what the reason was. In the end, he could only look in the direction of First Courtyard A. Did the weather change have something to do with that fellow? Following which he broke out into a laugh. How was that possible? To lock down all the spiritual energy within 1,000,000 feet. Even if it was him, he could only barely do so. Instead of saying that this scene was man-made, it was more like an omen. It shouldn't be limited to the common people's vast habitat. He also felt weird. Who was it? What matter caused such a huge commotion? Could it be that the legendary divine emperor who would rule over millions of worlds had come into being? But didn't that have to wait for tens of years? Why is it snowing? This is the first time I have seen it. At the same time, within the 10 over-lecture halls of the Common People Palace, a large half of the Common People Palace disciples surged out of the halls. Those 10 over-lecturers didn't stop them, similarly walking out of the hall and looking upwards. Yuan Fei also walked out of the lecture hall. His expression was really unnatural, a little sneaky, like he was afraid that others would notice him. Since the battle with Jueyu, the arrogance in his eyes had faded by a lot. He could still console himself that he wasn't as strong as Jueyu. That Jueyu was simply too strong, sweeping the various factions of the Cloud World. The Sword Prince, whose sword technique was close to invincible. With grade 8 strength, going all out, naturally he could suppress him. However, even that Xuechu was far stronger than him. Using her initial grade 7 strength to fight with Jueyu, she wasn't at a disadvantage at all. This was something that he couldn't accept. This was also the first time he knew that he thought that he was the pride of the heavens. However, in this world, there were numerous stronger people. He was 20 years old and entered the peak of grade 7. Actually, there wasn't much to be proud of. Compared to these people, he was nothing. His master always told him not to be arrogant and annoyed, but he was always unable to do so. However, only until that day did he totally wake up. If this went on, sooner or later he would get into huge trouble. Even if he was lucky and no one targeted him because of his arrogance, there would most probably be problems. Either it would damage his foundations or he would die from carelessness. He had to learn from it. Along with the crowd walking out, Yunfei looked up and was stunned. It was really snowing. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Chapter 480. It is probably some celestial realm spirit master senior trying to cast spells. It should be. In our vast habitat, I have never heard of a rain and snow phenomenon. This heaven and earth spiritual energy is so weird. Yunfei sensed the surroundings, as expected. The heaven and earth spiritual energy was really solidified. For some reason, he felt his heart palpitating. However, he didn't know the cause and effect. Who knows whether or not the others sensed it. However, shortly after, the surrounding topic changed. I heard that Juyu is outside our vast habitat and hasn't retreated. That's true. I went to take a look yesterday. Not only is he still there, but there are also more and more random people. They say they are here to spectate, but who knows what these people are planning. Scoff. This sword prince actually has times when he acts shamelessly. How shameless! If I was great senior Master Tan, I definitely wouldn't lie to him. Without two princes, you are being disrespectful to great senior Master Tan. It is omitted. Omitted. Don't you find it hard to say? However, dragging on like this isn't a solution. Do you think great senior Master Tan is afraid of the battle? Shut up. That day, First Seat Tan led 300 common people mysterious dragon warriors to charge at the formation, facing an enemy 100 times stronger than him. He didn't fear the battle, so why would he fear him? Didn't great senior Master Xuechu also say that First Seat just doesn't like Juyu? Hey! Are those words sincere or are they just excuses? It is hard to say. Yunfei listened on from the side and felt that it was the case. He thought to himself that the words of these two were really what he wanted. If he wasn't afraid of the battle, why would he choose to go into seclusion at such a crucial moment? He stopped looking at the snow scenery, directly turning around and preparing to return to the lecture hall. However, in the next instance, he saw a person from the corner of his eyes. Then, his brows twitched and he felt extremely helpless. Not far away, two people were walking over. One of them should be this generation's first seat of Seven Spirits sect, Zhao Yanran. The other was Xuechu, who he didn't want to see the most. Coincidentally or not, she was walking towards him. He couldn't avoid her at all. Zhao Yanran and Xuechu were also stunned when they saw Yunfei. The latter's eyes were filled with anger. Chuxue really hated this fellow who liked to talk bad about young master. Unfortunately, after the battle with Juyu, this person slipped away and disappeared without a trace. Zhao Yanran was stunned for a moment before the corners of her lips curled up. Isn't this senior martial Uncle Feiyuan? Why are you in the mood to come out and admire the snow? Yunfei's face was ashen. He wanted to put on the airs of a martial granduncle, but with Xuechu, a disciple with a higher seniority, he would only be humiliating himself. He could only snort coldly and say, "Who are you calling?" Zhao Yanran didn't show any fear, covering her mouth as she laughed. That day who was the one who said that if Xuechu could stand firm in front of Juyu, then from today on she would write her name backwards. Yunfei, Fei Yuan, a monkey that can fly, what a good name. At this moment, everyone's gazes were also focused on them. Yunfei's face couldn't help but flush red, rage rising up in his chest. Following which he came back to his senses. Oh right, he had to guard against arrogance and rashness. Regaining his calm, Yuan Fei rolled his eyes and had an idea, breaking out into a laugh. Forget it. It is okay to write my name backwards. I have high hopes for Senior Marshal Uncle Tan. If he doesn't dare to accept the challenge, if he loses, then my name will be written backwards. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Zhao Yanran provocatively from the corner of her eyes and walked back into the lecture hall triumphantly. Zhao Yanran blinked her eyes. After a few breaths, she came back to her senses. She couldn't help but find it amusing. This fellow was really shameless. He was sure that Zhong Shou wouldn't accept the challenge. Even if he fought Jueyu, he would lose without a doubt. On the other hand, the name could be changed back to its original name. Although she looked down on him in her heart, she was also happy. So their Tsang Xingdao also had such a clown. Chu Shui was still in a daze, thinking to herself, why did this Yuan Fei suddenly change? Why did he have such high hopes for the young master? Could it be that this guy was actually a good person? As expected, the young master was right. What was that sentence called again? A scholar who has been away for 3 days should be looked at differently? That didn't seem right. At the same time, within the common people's vast habitat, Jueyu frowned as he looked around. There was no snow here, but the entire space gap was shaking and twisting. Numerous black cracks appeared and disappeared in the vicinity. Just now, there were already tens of people who were injured by the sudden explosion of spacecraft. 2 grade 6 experts were even heavily injured and on the verge of death. Luckily, the people around acted in time and saved them. It seemed like the entire outer layer of the cloud world was moving uneasily. It also caused the spacetime gap to continuously distort. Although it wasn't to the extent of breaking, this place had indeed become extremely dangerous. At this moment, not only him, even those tens of grade 9 and above cultivators had solemn expressions on their faces. There were also many people who were discussing. How did this happen? Is there someone attacking the cloud world? Impossible. At this moment, our cloud world is impregnable, and there are tens of end-realm experts outside. It isn't like 10,000 years ago when we were at the mercy of others. Even if they want to attack, they have to wait until the spiritual wave starts. This space shaking doesn't seem to come from outside. It comes from within, from the depths of the cloud world. Can you feel that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is different? It seems to have solidified. How did this happen? I feel like something is about to happen. I feel really uneasy and terrified, like some terrifying presence is about to descend. Could these changes be a heavenly omen? The spiritual wave hasn't even started and something weird has already appeared. Jueyu was startled. He also felt the same way. He did feel like something was about to happen. However, he didn't feel any fear or uneasiness at all. That terrifying presence also didn't feel anything, just a little uneasy. Random thoughts rose up in his heart and he wasn't able to calm down. Looking at the person who spoke, he was just a grade 6 spirit master. Most probably it was just his imagination. Thinking about it for a moment, Jueyu reached out with his hand. An old man dressed like a coachman instantly appeared beside him. At this moment, Jueyu took out tens of golden talismans and tossed them over. These are teleportation talismans and soul-fixing talismans. Go out and take a look. Did something happen outside? Now that the universe is shaking, you have to be careful. After saying this, he continued to look in the direction of the common people's vast habitat. Looking from the outside, one of the 5 vast habitats was like a blue light that existed in the void. Looking behind him, helplessness appeared in his eyes. He wasn't willing to draw so many people over. However, he wasn't willing to give up on the battle with Tanqiu. Only by fighting with such a true top sword path genius could he train his sword technique. Which was why no matter what, he had to see that person. Even if his methods were a little despicable. How is that possible? That girl really said that? Within Gantian Mountain City, within the original Shirley Ling Xiangding, there was still that inn. Li Jila nearly crushed the wine cup in his hand. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, filled with red-hot rage. Originally, that day he listened to Kong Yao's orders to wait outside of Gantian Mountain City to head to Longxiang City together. Who knew that in the end, Kong Yao wouldn't return for a long time and was nowhere to be seen. He could only return to Gantian Mountain City to ask around for news. Who knew that in the end it would be such an outcome? Beside Li Jila sat a similarly silver-armored Xian, martial realm cavalry. His expression was dark and sunken, filled with rage. It definitely won't be wrong. This is what I spent a lot of money to find out from the few female servants in Gantian Mountain Hanyan Palace. The Demon King had indeed prepared to take the governor-commander as his concubine. Actually, this matter had already spread out in the upper echelons of Gantian Mountain 2 days ago. Li Jila was furious when he heard that. The wine cup in his hand finally couldn't take it anymore. It was directly smashed into dust. You're really shameless. This Gantian Mountain Monster King is really an immoral ruler. How dare he do that? He wished that he could raise the spear in his hand and charge to the peak of Gantian Mountain to capture the Monster King and ask him for punishment. However, thinking about Zhong Shou's strong combat ability of smashing a grade 8 talisman man with one sword, he didn't hesitate. After Li Jila thought about it, he decided not to. The more dangerous the situation was, the more he had to keep calm. He couldn't panic and couldn't act rashly. Who knows if it was a coincidence or not, but at this moment, not far away, a table of new guests also began to discuss Kong Yao's matter. Everyone, have you heard about the battle 10 days ago at the waist of Gantian Mountain? How can we not remember? That shook the entire city. I heard that our mountain city was destroyed and dozens of houses collapsed. Luckily, no one was hurt. In that case, do you all know who the person who acted that day was? What was the reason for that? The one who spoke was a round-faced fatty. As his face was too fat, it made his eyes seem smaller and smaller. He was wearing a luxurious robe and was acting like he was deep and mysterious. Until the people around all looked over did the fatty speak out in delight. One of the people who fought that day was a famous general of Gantian Mountain, the Zhong Yuan, who used 3,000 cavalry to crush 400,000 troops. The other was a titled governor-commander of the Central Cloud Continent. I heard that she was a girl who was as beautiful as a flower. She was only 29. 10 years ago she was captured and our ruler was prepared to take her in as a concubine. The people around were all stunned when they heard that, exchanging glances with one another. At this moment, those people who originally didn't care all looked over. Is that true? It is true. The Prime Minister said it in front of my brother. He personally said it. How can it be false? No one cared who this fatty's elder brother was. However, this matter had piqued their interest. For the ruler to take her in as a concubine, her looks must be top grade. I really want to see. Isn't that the same as snatching a girl? How can he do that? It isn't like the ruler didn't do it before? Do you remember that zither player? The ruler is good at everything, just that he is too perverted. Chapter 481. Zither musician Xian? Xian Yunlan? I heard that she was a zither musician in the Quiet Cloud Pavilion. Not only was she skilled, but she was also the top person in Shirley Ling Xiangding. I heard that she was extremely beautiful, alluring and charming, the best. I heard of her. 2 years ago when the ruler took over the throne, he fell for her beauty. As a result, there was that absurd government order that completely sealed off the entire Shirley Ling Xiangding, just for her. Only after zither musician Xian went up the mountain to recommend herself did he build a city. He gave those pitiful girls a place to stay. Sigh. Li Jila's brows rose up, thinking to himself that he was indeed a licentious ruler. So when he took over the throne, he already had a record. So this surely Ling Xiangding was abandoned because of that. Speaking of which, 2 years ago wasn't that monster king only 14 years old? What a beast! His ears perked up as Li Jila listened carefully. Only to hear someone open their mouth to speak. The ruler is indeed lecherous. I heard that beside him at all times there was a girl called Zhao Yinran. I heard that she was also a beauty, ice-skin jade bones. Her skin was like mutton fat. Her beauty was even better than zither musician Xian. Who knows where the ruler snatched her from? See, there was actually such a thing? Her skin was like cream, how smooth and snow-white would it be? The ruler really has luck with women. Li Jila was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. He was furious while thinking to himself, why wasn't that person him? Sigh, the ruler is so young and is charmed by beauty. This year he didn't deal with political matters. This isn't a blessing for our country. After all, she is the governor-commander of the Central Dynasty. Is it appropriate to forcefully take her in as a concubine? The heavens are high and the emperor is far away. What are you afraid of? No wonder recently there are some resources in short supply on the market. The ruler is probably preparing to take in a concubine, right? I have heard of this matter before, but it is another way of saying it. It isn't that the ruler wants to forcefully take that female governor-commander as a concubine. It is that she has her eyes on the ruler's talents. That day when she couldn't snatch him, she was willing to give herself to him. Li Jila's eyes were slightly red. He couldn't bear it anymore and slammed his palm on the table. True Qi exploded out, instantly smashing the wooden table into smithereens with a hong sound. It also caused the entire restaurant to become silent and quiet. The surrounding gazes were all focused on this side, filled with astonishment. Li Jila also coldly glanced around. He wanted to flare up at these people, but he knew that most of the people in this restaurant were ignorant commoners. With a cold snort, he threw down a gold cake as compensation and strode out of the tavern. The silver-armored knight followed behind and advised anxiously, "Commander, it's better to consider this matter at length. Don't be rash. I think we should first report this to Jingdo. The Ministry of War and the marshals have their own plans. Governor-Commander is someone in the Emperor's heart. His Majesty definitely won't let Gantian Mountain off." Li Jila didn't say anything. He took a few deep breaths to calm his mind down. In the next instant, he looked at the sky in astonishment. Snowflakes fluttered down from the sky. Is it snowing? Snow in June, how is that possible? Li Jila's expression immediately turned gloomy, revealing a bit of sadness. Thinking to himself, does the heavens know what I am thinking about? Within his heart, it was as cold as snow. Taishang Empire Imperial Capital, Imperial Capital. At this moment it was also snowing heavily. The buildings on the ground were covered in 2 feet of snow, dyeing the entire imperial capital white. Within the Fenghua Palace Administration Hall, the yellow-robed old man didn't deal with administrative matters. Instead, he walked out of the building and stood on the walkway under the roof, looking at the snow scenery outside, only to see that the entire imperial garden was white. The various colored flowers that were originally blooming now looked like flowers carved out of snow, giving off a moving scenery. Snow in June. The old man didn't have the heart to admire it. Instead, his brows furrowed tightly. What grievances did the heavens sense under my rule? The one standing beside him was the Internal Affairs Junior Supervisor Garu. When he heard those words, he was instinctively shocked. Then, he smiled and replied, "How is that possible? Your Majesty has been working hard these few years, pulling out many nobles to stand in the imperial court. In terms of governance, apart from Taizong and Taizu, our Taishang dynasty is no better than your Majesty in these few years. The few officials in the imperial court, censorate, and Ministry of Justice are all famous Confucians. How can there be any grievances? Didn't the Grand Tutor send someone to send a message?" He said that this sign has nothing to do with our Taishang. It seems like the source of our cloud world was disturbed, which caused the weather to change. As for the details, he is still investigating. The emperor-robed old man's face was still dark and sunken. He didn't feel at ease because of Gaurua's consolation. The snow is 2 feet high. If this continues, it is going to become a snow disaster. I am afraid that the people of the country will have no harvest this year. Gaurua was startled. Then, his face was filled with gratitude. Your Majesty, our Taishang dynasty has had surplus over the years since you took over. The granary is rich, the country has accumulated grain for 3 years, saving billions of dollars. Even if there is a snow disaster, we can easily deal with it and have enough money to send disaster relief. Your Majesty doesn't forget about the people and is a virtuous ruler. If those people know about it, they will respect you even more. Virtuous. The old man mocked himself as he looked at his palm. A ball of energy rose up from within, showing a golden color. The Emperor Path secret technique of the Taishang dynasty was known as the Dragon Emperor 9 Imperial Technique, which had 12 grades. He was also the second person in the Taishang dynasty to cultivate this technique to the 12th grade. His cultivation was so deep that it even exceeded that of the Taizu when he was alive. Even a deity realm expert would have to bow down before him. He was also praised as the ruler of the Taishang dynasty and was the saint ruler. During these years, he had indeed gone all out to turn the tides, working hard to rule and not slacking off at all. After the teen ascended, he gritted his teeth and finally fixed the leaking ship of the Taishang dynasty bit by bit. Even then, the old man knew that he was far from being a saint ruler. He was far from those so-called saint emperors of the ancient era. Although he couldn't see it, he knew that there were many other colors within the Emperor Path energy that he gathered. It was stronger than his ancestors, but there was a limit to it. He had even seen regret in the eyes of the Grand Preceptor and the Reverends who possessed supernatural abilities several times. Grand Tutor, you taught me in the past to be a ruler, to be virtuous, to be close to the people, and to be kind. Stay away from people and be close to people. To believe in the Confucian way of ruling the country, to be diligent, to empathize with the people, to be light on labor and taxes. If you say that if you give good gifts, then the people won't dare to be disrespectful. If you give good righteousness, then the people won't dare to be ungrateful. If you give good faith, then the people won't dare to be ungrateful. I asked myself, I have done all of these. However, why is it that in the eyes of the heavenly path, I am just a mediocre ruler? Why is the fate of this Taishang still shaking? Was I wrong, or was the Confucian path wrong? The old man's eyes were sinister, and his expression gradually became stern. He clenched his fists and only to hear a low ping sound. In that instance, 1,000,000 feet of land in front of the emperor-robed old man's snow and dust flew about, all the flowers and leaves were turned into dust. When Junior Supervisor Gao Rua saw that, his eyes constricted, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. However, he didn't dare to walk away. Instead, he bowed, "Your Majesty, please calm down." The old man was like he was in a demon mode. His expression was vicious. When he heard Gao Rua's words, he instantly came back to his senses and calmed down. "Get up. I lost my composure." He waved his sleeves and it seemed like the snow had slowly stopped. The emperor-robed old man calmed down and didn't want to stay here any longer. Just as he was about to turn around and walk into the pavilion, he saw several broken corpses lying at the side of the messy imperial garden. There were some blood marks within the snow and dust that floated about in the garden. It seemed like their bodies were totally shattered. The old man frowned and didn't bother. Eunuchs, they were just servants of the Son of Heaven. If they died, then they died. Let people bury them. The families of the dead need to be compensated. Dealing with them like this was already a huge kindness. After casually giving an order, the old man walked into the pavilion on his own. He saw that there were dozens of golden memorials. They were floating beside the windows on both sides. Gao Rua didn't wait for him to instruct and took them over one by one. Just as he was about to sit on the table, he saw the old man wave his hand tiredly. Gao Rua instantly understood, flipping open one of the books. Just one look and his expression was really weird. Following which he hurriedly opened the next one. His expression was even weirder. At this moment, the old man noticed that Gao Rua's expression was weird. His brows rose, his tone was really calm. "Why aren't you reading out these memorials?" Gao Rua didn't reply, flipping open a few more memorials, until the old man's eyes were filled with impatience. Only then did he bow and reply, "Your Majesty, the contents of these memorials are the same. Within our Taishang, dozens of states all had heavy snow at the same time. Not only our Taishang, the other regions of the central continent, the 4 continents and 12 islands all had heavy snow. Even the 10 shrines, 19 spiritual houses, and even the 5 vast habitats were no exception." When the emperor-robed old man heard that, he was stunned, his face filled with confusion. Forget about the 5 continents and 12 islands. However, these shrines, spiritual houses, and even vast habitats were all half independent of heaven and earth. Why would there be heavy snow? Although the Grand Teacher said that it wouldn't affect the fate of the country, how could he not be worried? Just as he was deep in thought, Gao Rua flipped to another memorial. His pupils constricted as he said, "Your Majesty, today in the Jianan Cave, 2 World Mountain Ming Miao Temple, White Horse Temple, Xianghua Temple and many other Buddhist temples. Like the primordial Buddha, horizontal 3-world Buddha, vertical 3-world Buddha, Vairocana Buddha, etc., all shook and gave off a bright light. It was said that the north wall of all the temples collapsed, without an exception." The old man was startled. A moment later he calmed down. "So this change has something to do with the Buddhists?" The servant who was sitting quietly at the side had already started to write silently at this moment. On the diary, he wrote, "On the 13th day of the 6th lunar month in the 27th year of the Yuanqing calendar, there was a heavy snowfall in the imperial capital. His Majesty was worried that the heavy snow would cause a disaster and actually forgot himself. When the snow stopped, I heard about the heavy snow in the cloud world, the changes in the temples. Your Majesty calmed down." Chapter 482. Within the room, the black and white around Zhong Shou's body had totally disappeared. However, there were 2 more rings of light around his body. Suddenly bright and suddenly dark, changing unpredictably. The skin and flesh all over his body didn't stop changing. Sometimes it was totally frozen, sometimes it was steam rising. However, within his skin, it was a different situation. Vital energy surged in his blood vessels, internal energy surged in his chakra meridians. Pretty much all the essence energy gathered towards the Shunshao acupoint at the center of his brows. Zhong Shou's mind was deep in thought, close to having no thoughts at all. Even the cold and hot switching in his body, the pain of 10,000 ants biting his heart was unable to wake him up. In the depths of his soul, the changes of the black and white holes had already reached the extreme. 18 true talismans, 18 earth veins were all working together with the black hole to crazily absorb heaven and earth spiritual energy, swiftly strengthening themselves. Also, the 2 soul ocean whirlpools that formed the black and white holes were also changing. They didn't expand, instead, they shrunk by a lot. However, it seemed even more dark, bright, and blazing. His entire soul was also improving. All his soul was continuously regenerating, splitting, and expanding. Its source was also continuously changing. It had already been baked by the sky mirror soul shining technique to the point of turning to yang. It was even no weaker than those wandering spirit masters. At this moment, the yang energy was transforming to a deeper level. It didn't seem like it was scorching, instead, it gave off a warm feeling, neither cold nor hot. It didn't have the initial yin coldness, but it also didn't have the scorching heat after turning to yang. At the edge of his divine soul, the broken cracks were also gradually mending. Who knows when, but the 9-layer pagoda had sunk into the middle of the black and white holes. It was absorbing the pure spiritual energy that the two whirlpools converted. It gave off threads of light that filled the entire soul ocean. Below it was still suppressing that one origin soul sword. The sword body was mainly gold in color. However, at this moment, at the sides of the sword body, one black and one white, two types of energy. Due to the suppression of the 9-layer pagoda, the golden energy was unable to spread out. That dragon pattern could only be limited within the sword body. After an unknown period of time, Zhong Shou abruptly woke up from his trance. Looking into his soul, he felt a sense of joy rise up in his chest. After 10 days of nourishment, the rough embryos of the black and white holes finally merged with his soul ocean. His entire source spirit had also reached its peak state. Shortly after, he focused his mind and focused all of his attention. Once the nurturing was complete, it meant that the final step could begin. With the thought, every corner of Zhong Shou's nascent soul began to burn spontaneously, and a raging heart flame soared. With the blazing glass beads and the extreme dark frigid element beads as their cores, the black and white holes also began to revolve faster and faster. His entire origin soul was rapidly shrinking. At this moment, all of his soul consciousness was being forcefully compressed. It was as if he wanted to use this to break free from some invisible shackles of this world. Zhong Shou's mind continued to use his consciousness to visualize the specialties of the black and white holes. Who knows how long had passed, but his soul ocean suddenly exploded once more. From the extreme condensation, it crazily swelled outwards, like it was about to explode. In just an instant, the Yuan soul core had expanded by nearly 100 times, making it seem incomparably wide. The intertwined black and white holes also separated from one another. The distance was also 100 times greater than before. They didn't interfere with one another, but they were closely connected to one another. The black hole continued to swallow while the white hole continued to give out light. A cycle was formed between the two. However, what was unexpected was that around the black and white holes, at this moment, countless stars appeared. They were specks of stars and were incomparably dazzling. In that instance, the room that Zhong Shou was in changed once more. Boundless darkness and blazing white light radiated from his body. In the past, it was limited within the room, but now it totally broke out and covered the entire sky. Outside the room, Ruoshui and Zhong Yuan were sitting face to face. Their eyes were tightly shut, their eyes focused on their noses and their noses focused on their hearts. He only left a few thoughts to pay attention to the movements within the room at all times. As a protector, naturally they had such a responsibility. Apart from protecting the safety of the spirit master when they used spells and cultivated. Sometimes they even needed to help the spirit master cultivate. There was another person sitting beside them, it was Zhao Yanran. She was also outside the room, sweating profusely, drenching her clothes. Using the reverse seed cauldron technique, she left a seed in Zhong Shou's body. It was like a flood, sending wave after wave of pure soul power over. It also forcefully sucked out a portion of her vital energy essence. However, that soul was still swiftly growing. The gains of these short 10 days were equivalent to 2 years of tough cultivation. Within the soul ocean, using the reverse seed cauldron technique, the 15 true spiritual talismans were also swelling. Out of the 15 spiritual veins, the remaining 4 were completely formed in this half a day. Her soul cultivation that was suppressed for so long started to loosen up, showing signs of breaking through. Every change made her inexplicably happy. She knew that at this moment she was the seed. She stopped the infusion and her soul power stopped growing. At most, in 10 days, she could break through to the day-wandering realm. The only thing that made Zhao Yanran feel uncomfortable was that her soul was burning. At this moment, half of it was burning hot and the other half was bone-chilling. Who knows what kind of secret technique Zhong Shou cultivated to be able to affect her soul through the seed. Bitterly holding on, Zhao Yanran suddenly felt a loud explosion spread out by her ear. Within his source spirit, stars began to appear one by one without any warning. A little black shadow and a little white light also suddenly appeared. Zhao Yanran was startled for a moment. A moment later, she comprehended. She knew that Zhong Shou had broken the Grade 6 shackles and entered the Grade 7 return to Sun Realm. He had completely entered the Heaven Realm from the Earth Realm. Then, she felt her head go numb. The changes in her soul ocean seemed to be the legendary soul projection? Wasn't this a Buddhist technique? Why did it appear on her body? Legends had it that the most common cultivation method of the Buddhist faction. It was to recite the many scriptures that the Buddhas passed down and visualize the technique. When one's cultivation reached a certain realm, one's thoughts would be one with the Buddhas. It would form the projection of these Buddhas in the soul. Then, one would be able to use some special technique. Although one wouldn't be able to form one's own dharma and wouldn't be able to climb to the highest end realm. However, power was often vast and one's cultivation speed was extremely fast. For example, the Buddha of the three worlds who controlled the past, present, and future, Shakyamuni, Akalanatha, and Amitabha who controlled space, the primeval Buddha who controlled the one origin, and Vairocana who had the great sun divine ability. The Sambhogakaya Buddha and Nirmanakaya Buddha who grasped a portion of the cause and effect path. His Dharma idol was the pinnacle of abhijna in the world. Even if one only had one or two of their projections, one would be able to grasp limitless strength. However, this so-called Buddhist venerable was, after all, an end-realm expert. What kind of meditation technique did that kid cultivate? What kind of secret technique was it? He could actually use the seed to form a soul projection in his soul ocean? Just as Zhao Yanran felt that it was unbelievable. Zhong Ruoshui and Zhong Yuan both opened their eyes, their expressions filled with shock. After exchanging glances with one another, they noticed that the other party was also filled with shock. They felt that there was suddenly something extra in their bloodline. It was indescribable and inexplicable. He only felt that it made his heart palpitate, terrifying, yet incomparably joyous. Ruoshui thought about it for a moment. Then, she asked curiously, "Is it the Sky Fox bloodline? Do you feel that there is something extra?" Zhong Yuan nodded his head, indicating that he felt the same. Then, he frowned and looked at the room beside him. It shouldn't be wrong, this kind of mysterious power. There was a 99% chance that it came from the seven-tailed Sky Fox bloodline in his body. If it was as expected, it had something to do with Zhong Shou, who was in secluded meditation to try to break through to Grade 7. He and Ruoshui came from the same race. Although their bloodline was distant, the source was the same. They were both descendants of the seven-tailed Zhong family. Even if it was the same situation, then the source could only be found within the same race. The one with the biggest suspicion was Zhong Shou. However, in their hearts they were filled with shock. What did Zhong Shou do? He could actually raise the bloodline and even trace it back to the bloodline? Even as distant relatives of the same clan, their bloodlines would be affected? If this bloodline change could be awakened. It was similar to the natural ability passed down by beasts through their bloodline. However, such a situation could only be achieved by the legendary Saint Realm experts and those peak experts. For example, the ruler's mother's family, the Lu family that occupied 800 worlds, passed down the sky burning blood. It was said that 20,000 years ago, Their ancestors had 6 Saint Realm experts and 1 End Realm expert. They strengthened the sky-burning bloodline to the extreme. Exchanging glances with one another, Zhong Yuan and Ruoshui's faces were filled with confusion. In the next instance, the two of them felt their eyes darken and they were unable to see. The area around them was extremely cold. All the heaven and earth spiritual energy was sucked over by a huge suction force. There was also no light that could enter their eyes. Even when they spread out their spiritual sense, it was useless. They couldn't help but be shocked and nearly panicked. This was the first time the two of them had seen such a situation. Pretty much at the same time, within the book hiding hall B, Hanfang, who was looking at Shi Ruolin cultivating, his white brows rose up. The benevolent expression on his face suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only astonishment and shock. He got up without hesitation. With just one step he broke through space and arrived outside of the book hiding hall. Then, he stood at the highest point of the vast habitat and looked down. However, he also didn't gain anything, only feeling that the entire vast habitat was split into black and white. On one side it was as dark as ink. All light had disappeared without a trace. On the other side it was bright and blazing white. That vast and boundless light filled up everything, and also repelled all lines of sight. Chapter 483. If Hanfang was like that, then the other people of Tsang Xingdao were even worse. Within the 10 lecture halls of the palace, although the disciples were still calm, panic and helplessness appeared on their faces. "What is going on?" A voice suddenly rang out. Hanfang turned around. Coincidentally, he saw Feng Tian fly over from nearby. Hanfang couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, shaking his head. "I don't know." He thought to himself that with 2 God Realm experts here, no matter what happened, they would be able to deal with it. This wasn't within the cloud world where cultivation was restricted. Instead, it was within the world river. Using the help of the vast habitat, Feng Tian and he both had 100% combat strength. He spread out his spiritual sense, especially in the direction of First Courtyard A, spreading it over. A moment later, he was shocked once more. He only felt that the moment his spiritual sense got 100 feet close to that courtyard, he lost contact with it. The wisps of spiritual awareness were completely swallowed by a huge suction force. The other spiritual senses also showed signs of losing control. Hanfang's eyes constricted. He didn't hesitate to retract his spiritual sense. He looked at Feng Tian, only to see that his face was also filled with shock. His face was slightly ashen white, like he had suffered a small loss. Exchanging glances with one another, Feng Tian opened his mouth, his eyes filled with confusion. It should be that Zhong Shou. What kind of secret technique did this fellow use? It isn't a secret technique, it should be an ability. Hanfang shook his head once more. Although his face was calm, his heart was like a storm. During these few days, junior brother Zhong Shou has been studying the Dharma path of Buddhism. He seems to be preparing to walk on the Dharma path, to break through to grade 7 return to Sun Realm. Really? Feng Tian's brows rose. He didn't ask Hanfang. Why was Zhong Shou able to form a Dharma at grade 7? After all, the truth was placed in front of his eyes. Thinking about it for a moment, Feng Tian looked below. However, why have I never heard of such a Dharma? Unlimited light, endless darkness. There is actually such a path in heaven and earth? You and I are both in the immortal state, and our spiritual senses are equivalent to incarnations. It's incredible that we can devour it. Sensing it carefully, he realized that the loss of a few strands of spiritual sense should be permanent damage, as it could not be recovered. Hanfang's eyes were filled with thoughts. Then, he looked in the direction of First Courtyard A and muttered, "It is indeed impossible, unless the great Tao of this divine ability pointed directly at the foundation." He is far above you and me. When he said this, the two of them were startled once again. Their eyes were sharp as they looked at each other again. After thinking about it, this was the only possibility. Senior Apprentice Brother Wei, you don't think that the situation in front of you is that simple. It looks like the Taiji diagram of Taoism? Wei Tian looked carefully, and as expected, the scene in front of him did indeed look like a Taiji diagram. In the core, there was boundless darkness and boundless light. However, in the periphery there was no light at all. When the light dispersed, it was affected by the dark side and began to twist and spiral. The two formed a cycle. It was indeed similar to the yin-yang fish diagram of Taoism, except that it was three-dimensional. Near first courtyard A was the eye of the yin-yang fish. However, it didn't seem right, as if something was missing. Wei Tian took in a deep cold breath. After a short while, he scoffed, although I don't know what kind of Tao and Dharma it is. To be able to swallow my spiritual sense, it definitely isn't simple. Just looking at it, I feel that it isn't simple. This time, what kind of monster did Junior Brother Wei find for Tsang Xing Dao? Forget it, I, Wei Tian, will be the scapegoat today. Hanfang was silent and speechless, the thoughts in his heart unable to calm down for a long time. He had tried time and time again to persuade Zhong Shou to give up on the Dharma path. He also didn't know what kind of Dharma Zhong Shou's energy-swallowing technique was suitable for. Just as he was prepared to see that kid fail and fall into despair and ask him for help, this Zhong Shou actually gave him such a huge surprise. Not only did he successfully form a Dharma, but it was most probably the core laws of this world. When he heard the last sentence, Hanfang came back to his senses. Naturally, he nodded his head. That is how it should be. Why didn't Senior Brother test out his techniques? Why did he have to mess around in our common people's vast habitat? You are just too unreliable. Wei Tian's brows rose up, following which he scoffed and kept silent. Unlimited light, endless darkness. He was more than willing to be the scapegoat. Within Tsang Xing Dao, he used the core Dao of this world as his foundations. Zhong Shou was the fourth. No wonder this person's name suddenly rose up a spot on the mysterious golden life book. Following which he thought back to the sudden heavy snow that came not long ago. All the Buddhist temples in the world had their north walls collapse. The weird expression on Wei Tian's face became even thicker. The north was the venerated position. All the Son of Heaven and all the God positions faced the south. The walls were to split the inside and outside, to protect and block the wind. Such a sign. Did Tsang Xing Dao poach the corner of this Buddhist faction? First courtyard A, inside the quiet room. Zhong Shou was delighted. Along with his soul, he rose into the air from within his body. The black and white holes appeared on his body. In just an instant, the room was turned into dust. In Zhong Shou's mind, it was like one black and one white, two suns hanging in midair. Luckily, he knew that Zhong Yuan, Ruoshui and the others were not far away. He carefully controlled himself and didn't hurt them. In that instance, the extreme dark chill energy pearl that turned into a black hole captured a few threads of spiritual sense. What a pure soul remembrance! Thinking about it, Zhong Shou knew that the soul definitely came from Hanfang. In terms of strength, no one in the common people's vast habitat was stronger than this old man. However, when he had such a thought, these thoughts were wiped out by the black and white holes after dozens of cycles. It was a complete and utter erasure. There was no remnant consciousness, it was extremely pure. At this moment, even if he wanted to retreat, he couldn't. Zhong Shou was too lazy to be courteous with this senior brother, directly merging these few bits of spiritual sense into his soul ocean. In that instance, his soul ocean swelled and swelled once more. The starlight around the black and white holes became even brighter, even more eye-catching. The number also increased by several times in that instant. metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, thunder, wind, luck, stack, swallow, purify, illusion, yin, yang, heaven, earth, Ian. 18 true spiritual talismans hung between the black and white holes. Each of them gave off a bright golden glow. There were also the 8-tailed sky fox, lightning phoenix and flame pictures which were even more obvious. They were like many giant totems that existed in the void. At this moment, his soul power was unprecedentedly strong, pretty much covering half of the common people's vast habitat within. Samuraim's light was slightly dazed before he came back to his senses. He was valiantly improving on his cultivation, not daring to stop at all and not daring to delay. However, the reason why he chased strength was because he wanted to climb to the peak of the sword path. He wouldn't be blinded by this fake strength. He continued to sense for a moment. Joy rose up in his heart. So this magnificent spirit Jade Marrow has such an ability. No wonder Long Ing would say that this magnificent spirit Jade Marrow could help him break through the barriers from heaven. The 9 grades of spirit masters could be categorized into the human, earth, and heaven realms. However, there was another way to call them, which was the spirit connecting, artifact controlling and spirit controlling stages. When spirit masters started to cultivate, the first 3 grades were extremely weak in soul power. They could only use talismans and make talismans as well as some path techniques, which was why they were at the spirit connecting stage. The middle 3 grades were the artifact controlling stage, able to control spiritual artifacts. The last 3 grades were the spirit controlling stage, which was the heaven realm. They could use strong soul power to control spiritual energy all around. After stepping into the celestial path, the 4th grade spirit realm was the same as martial cultivation. They could sense and understand the structure of a portion of heaven and earth spiritual energy and use it more effectively. They were like a giant spiritual meridian, self-sufficient. Naturally, Power's spiritual cultivation and martial cultivation techniques would increase by 100 times. Not only could this magnificent spirit Jade Marrow strengthen spiritual meridians, but it could also allow him to sense the spiritual energy all around more clearly. The person who consumed it could grasp a portion of the spirit realm cultivator's methods in advance. The heaven barrier of his barriers from heaven was when he broke through grade 9 and stepped into the celestial path. There was a barrier that was 10 times stronger than the human barrier from before. Understanding the methods of the spirit realm cultivator could indeed help him break through the heaven barrier. Along with Zong Shoshin chanting, a blazing fire arrow formed in the air. It rearranged the gathered heaven and earth spiritual energy. Then, this normal grade 3 fire arrow technique's aura crazily rose. The flame at the core turned a blazing white color. It actually forcefully raised this grade 3 spell to grade 5. This was the spirit realm. Even the most shallow spells in their hands, power wasn't weak. At this moment, Zong Shou had only obtained a portion of the ability. Moreover, the modification speed was really slow. Before he was familiar with it, it couldn't be used. People who truly stepped into the celestial path were 100 times stronger than him. At this moment, tens of breaths had passed since he broke out of his shell. Zong Shou also slowly brought this extremely huge soul ocean under his control. Before this, he couldn't control his body. His soul automatically broke out of his body. Then, the black and white holes covered the entire common people's vast habitat. Since he could control it, Zong Shou wasn't willing to continue like this. If he had no choice, he wouldn't be willing to cause such a huge commotion like he was afraid that the world didn't know about it. With a thought, the black and white colors covering heaven and earth started to swiftly retract. Those 2 black and white suns each spun and drilled into the back of Zong Shou's head, disappearing without a trace. Seeing the common people's vast habitat slowly recover back to normal, Zong Shou's heart trembled. Zong Shou's heart moved. At this moment, his soul power was so thick that it was no weaker than grade 8. The 18 true spiritual talismans were all filled with energy. The black and white suns were also unimaginably strong. Who knows if he could borrow their strength to form a shape? The moment such a thought rose up, he couldn't suppress it anymore. Zhong Shou directly did what he said, directly using the 18 true spiritual talismans as the core to form a shape. The black and white suns, one black and one white. 2 streaks of light shot down and shone over. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.